Okay, um, we should start. My name is Veronica Dimitrova. I have the pleasure to open the conference Social Aspects of Mental Health and Mental Disorders. The conference is organized under the project Mental Health and Social Inequalities, funded by Bulgarian National Science Fund. The main goal of the conference is to bring together leading scientists, researchers and stakeholders to share their research results and experiences. The conference aims at providing an interdisciplinary platform for researchers to present and discuss topics related to inequality, social exclusion, stigma, discrimination, as well as aspects of care and integration of people with mental disorders into society. As you can see from the program, the topics of the conference, the aim is to address issues that have been somewhat neglected, especially in Bulgaria, and thereby expand the understanding of mental disorders and the integration of people with mental disorders into society. Firstly, I want to thank the Bulgarian National Science Fund for funding the project. I hope our results will be relevant not only for scientific community, but also for different stakeholders and policymakers. I would also want to thank to all partners of the conference, Collegium Private Psychiatry, Cultural Center of Sofia University, Mental Health Association of Southeastern Europe, National Center for Public Health Analysis, the Romanian League for Mental Health, Country Office of World Health Organization Bulgaria, and also to all members of organizing committee of the conference, Maria Martinova, who is there, Vladimir Nakov, Mikhail Ohridski, and the scientific committee of the conference, Howard Goldman, Ariel Como, Maria Martinova, again, Vladimir Nakov again, Rauka Nika, Mikhail Ohridski, Anna Popova, and Mikhail Virluk, who is here. I would also want to thank to all participants of the conference. Thank you for coming today. We have a lot to cover today, so I would suggest we should start. I will ask all participants to respect the time for the presentation. After all sessions, we will have time for discussion. And I will also ask all participants who are in Zoom now to mute their microphones and cameras, and to unmute only if they want to discuss something in the discussion sessions. So, first of all, I will present Mikhail Virluk, who is Director of Mental Health Association of Southeastern Europe, and also who is working in as a sociologist, as active sociologist of mental health.
Good morning. Thank you, Veronica, for your introduction. Thank you for being here in this Friday morning. The weather, it's our competitor. It's very nice weather here in Sofia, and I think I'm the 10 times in Sofia already, but for the first time in Sofia University. So it is a premiere for me. As Veronica mentioned before, I'm working in mental health field for over 20 years in the Clinical Hospital of Neuropsychiatry of Craiova, Romania. I'm also teaching medical sociology at the University of Medicine and Pharmacy of Craiova, also Romania. And lately, I'm the president of Mental Health Association of Southeastern Europe, an international organization that has the purpose to increase the quality of the services, mental health services for all those in needs. And for today, I was thinking to present you a story, a never-ending story about stigma and anti-stigma. Exactly 10 years ago, I met Dr. Vladimir Nakov in Dubrovnik when we started a postdoc program founded by University of California, Berkeley, and we built there a working group about stigma. And we shared our knowledge at that moment. I found out that in Bulgaria, at some moment, it was some discussions about syndrome stigma. So within psychiatrists, so they weren't familiarized with stigma, with this concept, with this phenomenon. And after that, we developed our team, and we started to work seriously on that under the mentorship of Howard Goldman and with our colleagues from Serbia, Moldova, Albania, Bulgaria, and Romania. And in those 10 years, I realized that, as I mentioned, stigma and anti-stigma, it is a never-ending story. I hope that, yes, can be seen. Why? Because, in all fairy tales, we could start like this, once upon a time. I mentioned the time frame, 2012 for me, but actually, if we are looking for concept of stigma, for let's say first signs about this phenomenon, we can see that it comes from ancient Greek. And we have a dictionary who gave us explanation about stigma. We have even a third point, a third explanation in medicine, which is a visible sign of characteristic of a disease. We could talk about stigma not only in mental health field, but also in each area of medicine. As I remember, as a child, we had, let's say, overweight friends, almost obese, and they were the fat men all the time. We called them like this. It was a stigma that we put on them. All those who were wearing glasses in Romania, we call them bicycle racers because they had a bicycle over their nose. So again, stigma. Not to mention our friends who were now probably diagnosed with ADHD, but then they were just children with a lot of activity, a lot of energy, and from time to time we call them in a not so appropriate way. So we could talk about occurrence of stigmatizations in everyday situation. Relating age, you know, conflict of generations, and especially now we could talk about woke generation, cancel culture, X, Y, millennium, Z. I found out from my daughter that I'm a boomer. I tried to explain her that boomers were people who were born after the Second World War. No, already I'm a boomer. So I carry my stigma. We can talk about race and ethnicity. And we had a perfect example last years with that BLM movement in the United States and in the rest of the world. We could talk about discrimination and stigmatization related to religion. And now we can see even in the policy. We have a war in Ukraine where some people want to do denazification of the others. So actually they put barrier between peoples. Gender, I cannot mention, and sexuality, yeah. I found out from my colleague Vladimir Nakov that tomorrow it will be Pride movement here in Sofia. So, and he advised me, be careful not go there because there could be violence movement around. So we can find out all this stigmatized phenomenon everywhere. Even if I remember well, at the beginning of this millennium, but mostly at the end of the 90s, as a Romanian. in the Western Europe, we were stigmatized. Romanians, Roma, Romania, this is it. So, nationality, it's also a criteria in which individuals are discriminated. In terms of, let's say, medical field, as I mentioned, each disability is one of the problems that could lead to stigma, and also my personal experience when I went for the first time in Germany at the beginning of this millennium, in 2000, I found out that were many people with Down syndrome on the street. They were working in the gas station, in the stores, and as a Romanian, first I was looking a little bit weird. What's happened here? There are too many. And then I realized we have the same. The distribution, the incidence, the epidemiological data for Down syndrome are the same in the whole Europe, but they are included in the society. They are living lives, their lives like we are doing it. So this was the big difference between Eastern Europe and Western European countries in terms of anti-stigma, anti-discrimination attitudes. So, just a second. Our story could have a start, or it was put on the paper as we know it in 1963 by a Canadian sociologist, Irving Goffman. He introduced the stigma in the literature and in the modern or current thoughts and, let's say, debate. And he defined the stigma as the phenomenon whereby an individual with an attribute, as I mentioned, it could be from each domain of life, it's deeply described and discredited. So, based on only one sign, that stigmata, it could be, as I mentioned, not a visible one, but an ideal one, or in the field of thoughts, a person could be stigmatized and discriminated. So it was the point from 1963 when I could consider that the story has begun. And now we'll have the intrigue of the story as we learned on literature classes in the high school, and we have now the development of the story. And I was searching some data about what it's published about stigma since 1963 to nowadays. I hope that can be seen, not really, on PubMed, one of the biggest databases on specialized literature. When I search for mental health stigma or stigma and mental illnesses, we can see over 10,000 papers published since the 60s years of the 20th century. Over 10,000, which is a big amount of literature. Imagine that those are indexed by PMC, which is an important database. We have also the ISI, Web of Science, the database where each scientist, each young researcher want to publish in order to achieve academic points and to develop his or her careers. Here we have 2,000 papers indexed, but only pay attention that it's only about stigma. I didn't find keywords like stigmatized, discriminated, and so on. Quantity is huge. When we are searching on Google Scholar, the same, huge quantity of papers about stigma. So we have a lot of literature, we have a lot of data, we could work on that, and we hope that we could have bigger and better and more positive outcomes of our works. But it is reality, it is the truth, we don't know yet. Maybe yes, maybe not, and I hope that I'll offer some information about this dilemma in the next slides. But stigmatization, it is the way in which we could talk about three kinds of problems. Problem of knowledge, when we are talking about ignorance, problems of attitudes, when we are talking about prejudices, and problems of behavior, which is the, let's say, expressed by discriminations. And we have also three categories of stigma: public, self-stigma, and institutional stigma. All of them are actioning directly to the people which are affected, especially those with mental health conditions. So think about if you are you have friends, relatives, or contact with people who are suffering of this kind of issues, mental health conditions. They are under the discrimination. You cannot go to the best school in the city or to follow some kind of university because you have a diagnosis. You cannot work in certain fields. You cannot have some kind of working places because you have a diagnosis of mental health conditions. You cannot, I don't know, go with, hang out with your friends because they will avoid you because of your behavioral expression and the way in which you are behaving when you are going out. So in that moment, overposing to the diagnosis, thus the self-stigma action, and the situation is worsening because the self-esteem of the person affected is decreasing, and it led to a simple social isolation. I don't want to go out because I'll be discriminated by the others. So better to stay in my corner and to avoid any social contact. Mention social contact. Literature say that it is one of the best ways to cope with stigma. But I'm not quite sure if it is like that, because we have our experience, as I mentioned with my colleagues, we were working for over 2 decades in the mental health fields, and based on our experience, empirical experience, but also on the results of our researches, it wasn't proved to be exactly like that, but we'll have some data afterward. Mental health stigma, as I mentioned, has these domains. The public stigma, social stigma, it's one of the most important, and it's the one who actually led to the worst outcomes in terms of positive health, not only mental health. Why am I saying that? Because people affected, not only that they doesn't want to receive mental health services, but they are avoiding to receive even medical support, medical help. And in that moment, their life, it's in danger. So all the time we need to think as professionals in this direction. Which is good, what is good for our patients, our clients, the people who need our services. It's one of the most important things that we need to have it in our mind. Also, as I said before, self-stigma. It's the second part that has really bad outcomes toward people affected, but also to their families. And imagine a family which have a child with a problem of mental health. First reaction, no, it's not possible to our child to have something like that. Negation. They doesn't want to believe. Then they start to think maybe something could happen. But first steps are going to some other medical specialties, endocrinology and so on, because of hormones or something. No one is thinking that the problem is in the area of psychiatry. Finally, they could reach the psychologist, not the psychiatrist. And All these stages, all these steps are taking time and consuming time, which is very important, especially for young people, so in terms of having a good and quick and efficient therapeutically approach at the onset of the disease. It's the most precious time that they actually, it is lost just because of the attitude of parents, attitude of family, attitude of patients themselves, because it is not nice to be seen entering the psychiatry office, or even worse, to be admitted in a psychiatry clinic or a psychiatric hospital. This is the social reaction to people who has this kind of troubles. And this it's very important nowadays because, according to the WHO, 1 out of 3 persons in the world will suffer during their lifetime of one depressive episode. We are here, how many we are? 1 out, the third part of us will already, maybe we had it, or will develop, according to the statistics, depression. Also, if you are thinking about those childhood development disorders, ADHD or autism with all those spectrum, you could see that the number is increasing also. We are thinking that we are coming to the end of a pandemic phenomenon, COVID-19, which affected in a very serious way our mental health. 2 years of isolation, social isolation, lockdowns, and so on, they had their traces on our psychological status, on our minds. So the mental health conditions will become more common in the years to come, so it will be a very important moment to know how to deal with them from the early beginning. The harmful effects of stigma, as I mentioned. First, let's say social isolation, but also reduced hope, lower self-esteem, increased of psychiatric symptoms because they doesn't want to check their mental health status, to follow the therapy, and so on. More difficulties at work. Imagine to have, for example, a schizophrenic colleague. It's not so easy for him or herself, but also for their colleagues, because they doesn't know how to behave with him or her. So it leads to a lot of complications. And in this context, imagine that, for example, in Romania, but I think that in Bulgaria too, because it was imposed by European Union, there are laws about protected working places for people with disabilities. Who will hire, as a owner of a business, who will hire people with mental health conditions, even if they will receive some support from government and so on? As I know, almost no one. They prefer people with physical disabilities instead of giving a chance to people with mental health conditions. And it was the problem that we realized last year, and also 2 years ago, among with my colleagues, we organized the Eastern European Conference of Mental Health, and we had all the time guest lecturer from United States, and according to their presentation, their lecture, and their experience, American government developed programs and funded programs in order to offer a chance for working rehabilitation for this kind of people. They are prepared to work, to have their own job, to have their own income, even if according to their skills. Okay, he has a diagnosis, but he can work only 2 hours per day. Those 2 hours are okay. He will receive a salary for that. The owner of the business will receive also support. And let's say in our common vocabulary, everybody's happy. If this could be happiness, but it is a way in which we could solve at least a part of the problem. As I know, in our countries, the biggest goal is to get them retired, to obtain that medical retirement as early as possible and to keep them at home. It's not the solution, it's just hiding the garbage under the carpet. So we can see that in other countries it is possible. We can try the same in ours. Also, as I mentioned before, another bunch of harmful effects of stigma, inhibition of primary prevention, so losing those time that is needed for a good therapeutical approach, limitation of early detection. As I mentioned, everyone is hiding when it's feels that is not okay. First, as I don't know, probably our instinct. It cannot happen this to me. And more than that, exactly what I told you before, a drain on health resources and on the economy. We are losing people who are good to work, actually, not treated them. As we know, all those years of, let's say, psychiatric reform, at least in my country, since 2000, we are talking about reforming psychiatry. My colleague, Dr. Nakov, told me that in Bulgaria, there is reform in psychiatry since 1963. So almost 70 years before it started the so-called psychiatric system. So this is another part of the same never-ending story, and all of them are resulting in this impediment to recovery. And we can have that multiplier effect because the people who are suffering of a mental health condition from each, let's say, diagnostic spectrum, it's influencing the life of his or her family or friends, very close community, and so on. About facts, we can see when we are talking about the way in which common population are seeing the people with mental health conditions, that around a third will not vote for a politician with depression. This is in Australia. Depression, I think that our politicians are suffering even more than depression, so the things are more seriously. But this is the first thing that thought that people have it. Okay, he had depression, I'll not vote for him. One out of three. Also, that people with depression are unpredictable. Probably we know them from movies. If we didn't have contact with them, from stories, they are sad. And they could go to the suicide. But actually, 1 out of 10, it's this rate. So really unpredictable? Maybe not. We don't know exactly how they behave, and we don't know about, too many about their suffering. 1 out of 5 say that they will not tell to anyone if they are suffering of depression. What I mentioned before, hiding ourselves. Okay, I'm good all the time. Even I feel that the things are worsening, I don't want to share this with someone. And also 2 in 3 thought that people with schizophrenia are dangerous. And this is in the same time an effect of media, and we'll talk about it a little bit later. So, mental illness stigma, it's a phenomenon that affected first the patients, the people that are suffering, and also a group of social context, but even more, even the people who are treating them, is that so-called professional stigma. And until 10 years ago in Romania, psychiatry was one of the last chosen specialization for the MDs. When they graduate the medical school, the students have the national exam to enter the residential training, and based on the results, they could choose the specialization. Psychiatry was one of the last options. Now, because of increasing salary and so on, they raised up, but not so. And all the time in common language, it was a word only mad people could work with mad people. So it was that attitude, negative attitude toward medical or mental health professionals. But medical professionals, are they so not so positive? They are not stigmatized at all, and we have some data about this. And we can see that medical professionals, especially psychiatrists, contribute to stigma, especially when they try to avoid some diagnosis. Okay, I found out on one of my patients that he has schizophrenia according to all criteria, DSM and ICD and so on. But in order to protect him or her, I'll say schizoaffective disorder on the paper, which is less harmful. Even the treatment is different. So the proving too much cares for the patients. Actually, I'm first put on etiquette on him because to be schizophrenic is not so good as to be schizoaffective. And also I'm losing some steps in my therapeutical approach. Discriminatory behavior made by medical doctors could also lead to harmful effects for the patients. And we had a study about the way in which people with mental health conditions are treated in emergency departments of the hospitals. All the time, even they had real and serious medical condition, a disease, a somatic disease that affected their health. If they had, I don't know, they were agitated, violent, and so on, they were first sent to psychiatry to solve this, even if the medical condition was more serious than the psychiatric one. So we have this discrimination even from the gates of the hospital. Also, it was introduced that liaison psychiatry for almost 3 decades to have psychiatrists in general hospitals. Okay, but they are working according to their program from 8 to 4, no more. From 4 to 8 in the morning, 4 p.m. to 8 in the morning, no one will be there. So it was just a solution offered in our, let's say, Minister of Health way, which was proved just on paper, nothing else. So this is a big problem that we're still confronting with, especially if we are thinking that psychiatry hospitals doesn't have ED room specialized in saving very bad emergencies. So all the time they need to call the ambulance and so on to put the patients on the road from psychiatry to ED, then back from ED to psychiatry and so on. So this is actually discrimination. And we have, let's say, problems related to medical professionals' attitude on reasons for non-referral when they are thinking that the effectiveness of the therapy, the psychiatric treatment is not so good. And Also, lack of knowledge of mental health literacy. Here is a problem, especially with GPs, family doctors. They lost the connection with new data in the field of mental health, and they doesn't know how to deal with this kind of patients. There is also the legal frame which is not very favorable to them, and this is another point which is actually in the yard of the Parliament and the Minister of Health, and is still not solved. And we have the example of other countries where the GP is the main pillar of the mental health services. It's let's say like tower control in the control tower in the airports. It's directing, make connections with patients, family, and specialists, and so on. Just have a very good management of these cases, which led to positive outcomes for everyone. So we have also troubles regarding their let's say ability or skill to cope with this kind of person, and we can see that in UK almost half of the people suffering of this kind of troubles were stigmatized, or they felt stigmatized in the GP's office. Medical students, they are the future doctors. And according to the literature, they could be well trained in order to behave in a positive way with the people with mental health conditions. And also, since they are young, they are well skilled in using new technologies, they could develop new, let's say, abilities in having or learning new informations, in having contact with the latest news in the fields and so on. But I don't know, again, if this it is the real solution, because we had a study in 5 countries, Romania, Serbia, Albania, Moldova, and Bulgaria, concerning their attitudes toward people with mental illnesses. We are now in this stage of interpretation of the data, but we have the empirical data already, the primary data. And we compared their attitude in the first year of medical school, when all that they knew about mental health issues were related to, I don't know, movies, books, maybe some of them had contact with people, this kind of people. And in the 6th year, after they followed the psychiatry lectures, and surprise, they are more stigmatizing now in the 6th year, after they were in direct contact with patients, after they learned what mental disorders means, after they knew exactly what's happening in the mind of people who are suffering of mental health conditions. Why these outcomes? Because probably the approach wasn't the good one, and maybe the way in which their teachers, educators, their mentors told them exactly what's happening. And this is a big problem for the future, which is another part of our never-ending story. So we can see that there is a shortage of choosing a psychiatric career, what I mentioned before, and also there could be some problems related with the relationship between students and mental health professionals, which are the most stigmatizing, let's say, medical category of professionals. And one of the explanation it is that they knew exactly what a mental disorder means. They knew that for part of those diagnostics, there are no cure. And actually, you could see on each psychiatrist attitude or behavior that all the time, schizophrenia, okay, this is it. There will be no positive end for this kind of people. They knew that, and they express, even if in not a very, let's say, visible way, they know exactly that there is a big problem, and the outcome will be not a very positive one, and more than that, it will be a burden on their activity. So there is a problem here with, in terms of attitudes. And what I mentioned, they are less optimistic about the prognosis, the evolution of the disease, and we can see that half of them, if they would suffer of mental condition, they will hide themselves and they would treat themselves in secrecy than to go to the others. And this is a point where, let's say, the Hippocrates swear and principles are not respected. So they are out of their limits of the profession. Reducing mental illness stigma. As I mentioned, we have a lot of strategies, we have a lot of ideas, a lot of initiatives, and some of them increased our awareness and knowledge of the nature of mental illness and treatment options. For more than 50 years, it was one of the basic and the most used principle in those anti-stigma campaign. Improve public attitudes, and all the time we had this kind of campaign which are targeting the communities or the general population in order to have a good and positive behavior towards people with mental health conditions. Generate action and try to eliminate that model of behaviors that are not so prone in order to deal in the most appropriate way with the people with mental health conditions. But actually, which is that most appropriate way? Does anyone knows? Not yet. I cannot find the let's say, perfect solution. And when we are talking about modeling of how to behave, yes, this kind of huge graph. Imagine this one, it's for practicing healthcare providers. The second one for students. Is easy to follow? No. Imagine that it's not so easy to read it, but to apply it in our educational process is almost impossible. So here it started another part of the story. We had a lot of projects like this one. I'm not the one to criticize it. Maybe had good outcomes. I don't believe that. But this is it. And for more than 70 years, we spend a lot of energy, a lot of nerves, a lot of money on this kind of projects. And as you can see, if we are searching on Google, anti-stigma campaign and mental health campaign, millions of results. So internet is full of information, data about that. And I tried to select just a couple of examples, and one of this, it's related to a program developed for a decade in the UK and in some countries that were under British influence in Africa and Southeastern Asia. And I made the slides in opposite way, just to see that, for example, the authors of the the principal people who were involved in development of this program, they say that the outcomes were good. Of course, it's my child, it's the best one, the most beautiful one. I cannot criticize my child. When it comes about the others, we can see effectiveness and confusion on anti-stigma campaign. Even those, they say that that title, Time of to Change, wasn't the best one chosen in order to describe the goals of these programs. Were a couple of hundred billions of pounds spent on this. When we are talking about trends in mental illness related public stigma based on the outcomes of this program, we can see that the results were almost similar with that dotted line, which is for non-intervention, was model of the attitudes. So I don't know, there is an expression in Romania for the holy water that are used in the church. It's not good, but it's not harmful too. So this kind of projects was almost the same. And we can see that in terms of outcomes, another target was developed at the end of the project, inequalities, which will be now targeted by future projects. They found out that one of the most important topics of the WHO in terms of people with mental health conditions and so on was avoided by their project, and now they need to develop another one. So as we can see, we cannot develop the perfect program for that, but also what we did it until now wasn't so good in terms of efficiency. If we could add all the economical costs made during those campaigns, we could reach to astronomical amounts, huge amounts of money that were spent, and we are going to the beginning and again. When we are talking about let's say economical cost, we can see that there are some economical benefits of anti-stigma campaign when we are talking about the results of, let's say, reducing self-stigma. When people are aware about their mental health condition and they go to the psychiatrist to treat themselves and they manage somehow to resolve this problem and they come back to their professional activity. So in these terms we can talk about positive outcomes, but otherwise we can see that based on some economical models realized after the end of this kind of projects, it is the same situation with or without this anti-stigma campaign. Actually, the results are not so significant in order to justify the energy spent on that. And we have some assessments, comparative assessments of the campaigns that were done in Europe in the last 20 years in the field of anti-stigma, and I know in Romania were developed many of them, but the attitude of the population is still the same, not as we can see it by ourselves, but also based on the results of the researchers. And it's happened almost the same in every country of Europe, except with some exceptions, but we are talking about another level of civilization. Nordic countries, Scandinavian, Netherlands, and so on, where all of us know that the population has another point of view related to common life and their behavior, the social behavior, it's totally different with Eastern countries. So that could be an explanation. And that first paradigm that I mentioned, that one of the principal pillars of the anti-stigma campaign, that knowledge, attitudes, behavior, practice, that contact with people who are suffering of mental health condition, that education in terms of mental health literacy, that let's say positive attitude was proved to not be the best solution, or not even the good one of the good ones. And now we are in searching for another targets of the anti-stigma projects, and I'm really curious about what will happen in the next decade based on that, especially if we are thinking that now we have a serious political problem in Europe, which could lead to social not so desirable development. Also, the consequences of the pandemic are very serious, and that our social behavior is changing. And here, in terms of let's say behaving or positive behavior, we need to take in account the very important role of the media. We know the phenomenon of fake news. It's everywhere, and we try to face it, and we realize that especially when we are thinking on the new generation, they doesn't have that critical thought. They just take whatever it's delivered to them. I was working in media for 10 years before I starting my academic career, and it was one of the not written rule to check each information in at least 3 sources to see if it's real or not. Now, it doesn't matter. You don't need to lose any second as a journalist to publish a breaking news on yellow background and so on. So imagine that public are consuming this. And when we are talking about the way in which they are expressing the behavior of people with mental illnesses, it is almost, let's say, like a horror movie, because all the time they are exaggerating. All the time it will be placed on the first page the violent act and the diagnostics, and associated directly. I hope maybe you remember the Andreas Breivik case, the Norwegian guy who killed 68 children on the island, and now he's in jail. And the first, let's say, tag on the media was the madman with the machine gun. Actually, it wasn't proof that he was so mad. He had just a mild disorder of personality disorder. He wasn't schizophrenic, as they said at the beginning. So all the time we have to deal with this kind of information, and imagine that all the time we need to associate, according to them, their titles from media, we are associating violence and mental disorders. And there are a lot of papers about this topic. Also, we can say that it is a never-ending story, and we just tried to have, let's say, some educational program with journalists. The outcomes, 0. We can still see papers like this. These are from Romanian newspapers. The guy with long hair, I'll translate, the madman with the bomb from Iași. It was a guy with schizophrenia. He went to the hall of the Iași University, and he said that he has a bomb in his backpack. he had it, but it wasn't charged and so on. But the first, the madman. You can see madman in freedom, schizophrenia at the background of crime and so on. And especially it came from medical professional, this attack. Now, as you can see, we could compare Hitler and Putin. It's all the people are asking, is it Putin crazy? It was Hitler crazy? It is in our mind every day when we are reading the news. Are we able to put such a diagnosis? No. No one we can say directly he or her are crazy based on only on information from media. But all the time we are bombed with this kind of news, and non-educated people, general population, are, let's say, victims of this media phenomenon. And finally, as you can see, Western countries' media, so it's not a phenomenon that can be seen only in our region. Remember the depressed suicidal pilot who killed also his passengers with the plane crashed on the mountains. Everything it's related with mental illness on one side and violence on the others. So the role of the media will be very, very important, and probably this could be next principal targets of anti-stigma campaign. Why? Because media is now the, let's say, most common educators. Our children are following TikTok, Instagram, and so on, social media, more prone and more often than they are following their teachers. And we need to adjust our academic behavior and our academical skill to this kind of new phenomenon. And the story will go on and on and on. Probably if we'll meet again on 10 years, we'll discuss the same about the never-ending story of stigma and anti-stigma campaign. Thank you. In time?
Thank you, Mihai. I will give you the floor for questions.
I don't know if I need this because it's a small room and we are few, but anyway. Concerning, I mean, thank you for a very comprehensive, very complete talk where you have, you know, starting from the original notion of stigma, given us a very good overview of how it is working in the mental health field. I am thinking about the failure of campaigns against stigma. And one thing I would like to say is I don't see, I think working against stigma publicly with professionals, I work with professionals. As a professor, I work with my students. Is never going to be a failure even if the numbers indicate otherwise, because I understand that working against stigma is advocacy. And advocacy, in the political sense, is good for in its own terms, right? So you don't need, I wouldn't need to know that I have changed the way of thinking of, you know, in terms of survey data in a significant way, because I think it is a fundamental, I think, academic, scientific, and even political need to put the issue out there and to speak out loud, particularly as professionals, about what mental health really means and what mental disorders mean. So I would like to you know, just highlight the value of doing it, whatever the results, and congratulate you for it.
Thank you for your excellent comment. Actually, you are right. We need to talk about it. We need to present the reality to as many people as possible, but also we need to adjust this way in order to obtain at the end positive outcomes. Because, as I mentioned, with our medical students, at the end of their medical school and in the 6th year, their attitude is changing in a negative way. There is the problem, how they are taught. Probably psychiatry is not so, let's say, spectacular like surgery, neurosurgery, when you are going to see on the microscope and so on. They are coming and seeing patients, of course, calm patients as study cases and so on, who want to approve to be study cases, and it seems to be boring. But the information that they get from books, from manuals and so on, are now very comprehensive in terms of biology, biochemistry of the brain and so on. And at the end they realized, okay, I finished psychiatry, I realized that there is no cure for their diseases. So why should I try to treat them better and so on? Why should I improve at least their quality of life, the way of living of since they will end keeping themselves sick? This is the main problem that we have to face it. And that's why I say that we need to adjust the way in which we are teaching them, to avoid that huge schema of modeling and so on. No, probably the basic way. It will be more efficient than those millions of competencies and skills and processes that at the end need to go to a positive outcome.
Any other questions?
I was so clear. Oh, we have coffee break, so we could discuss a lot.
Okay, so just one more concerning professionals. Particularly, I was quite shocked. I wrote it down. Disputing mental health patients as being delusionals. One of the responses of healthcare, mental health care professionals. I mean, delusion is a symptom of mental health problems. So that suggests that there's a serious problem in the foundations of training. I don't know if we're talking about psychiatrists, clinical psychologists, nurses, but I mean also now that you're mentioning about improving the quality of life of mental health patients, depression can be overcome. It is quite unlikely that schizophrenia is overcome. It's going to stay there forever, but it's perfectly possible for people with schizophrenia to improve their lives. I work with dementia patients, and I'm always kind of advocating for the value of enhancing the quality of life of people with dementia. So I think we need a gradual but radical change in the way we are conceiving of health and illness in the professions.
No, absolutely. This is for sure pointed very well, because first we can talk about deprofessionalism. Now, I think probably Romania, but probably Bulgaria too, we have the highest numbers of students, high education students. But if we are evaluating them after they are graduating the university, we can see that their level is very low, and it's well recognized. So it is the same for each domain, even for medicine, which is a very high, let's say, very high professional field. This is main problem about education system. So this phenomenon is reflecting in their professional activity, where, as you mentioned, they doesn't know exactly the field of their daily activity, what they are dealing with. So this it's another topic, also never-ending one. But especially since you mentioned dementia, One of the biggest problems in dementia is quality of life of the patients, but especially of their caregivers, family members. They are well known that they are suffering even more than people with this diagnosis. And no one raised this question up in front of authorities of government and so on for support and support services and so on. That's why we still have a lot of troubles in offering care services for people with dementia. So this topic, or these topics, because there are many, all of them are very hot. But we still just touch it. Okay, it's hot. Maybe next time it will be a little bit colder. We can handle better. So far, we are raising questions. We cannot have answers from even big experts, since we mentioned the experts in the discussions before the start of the session. And that's it. We need action. And we need to do it, as I mentioned, from the basic level. Not very high, because no one will learn anything, no one will understand anything. We need to rebuild everything on, let's say, better foundation.
Okay, any other questions?
I'm not quite sure that this is a question, actually, but it's a parallel because I was thinking while I was listening your presentation about the ethnic minorities and the stigma that they suffer. And it's almost the same when I talk with social workers or with some psychologists or people who work in the community, even with paraprofessionals from the same community who has worked in the field of community development more than 3 years. Actually, they say, okay, I'm tired, I'm sick and tired to work for this community. These Roma people don't want to change. And perhaps the stigma, you said, it hinders the hope. But we cannot see also the hope in small children when we call them children with special educational needs. And also, if we see a Roma child, we also put the stigma on it, and we say he has no hope, he has no future. And it seems that, so it's a comment, it's not a question, but it's also a question how to change and how to preserve ourselves as professionals who work with highly stigmatized individuals and groups, how to preserve ourselves not to being stigmatized, and to show this to people who work with these communities. So I know it's not pure, it's not magic how to do it, but perhaps our experience and our efforts not to stigmatize and to being efforts and to keep the connection with the people from these stigmatized communities, perhaps it's some kind of way to change it. I don't know. What do you think?
Thank you for an excellent comment. Actually, you mentioned social workers. As medical professionals, you need to have vocation for that. You need to have a call for that. Instead of being a bad doctor, you could be, I don't know, a very good car mechanical. And you will have a very good career on mechanical and so on, instead of being a not so good or even worse doctor who has dealing with people's life. It's the same with social workers too. You mentioned that there is some routine. I'm tired on doing this, and they are hopeless. There will be no positive outcomes. We need people who really want to do this, and in the same time to be model for that. Actually, all the time I'll be tired. I'm not in the mood to do it. Okay, again to the job. Oh, the same client, that ugly one, bad behavior and so on. I'll just check that I'll be there and this is it. No, we need to believe in our jobs and to do it well. This here, it's also one of the biggest points for the future generations in terms of professional development. I believe that in each university here we have that centers of professional consulting. On the papers, exactly. Actually, their job is to go to the high schools and to offer informations and to make profiles of the youngest scholars in order to know how to follow, to discover them. You are good for mechanical, you're good for literature, you're good for music, for painting, and so on. Keep this way and you'll perform. Otherwise, you'll be, I don't know, the non-discovered Picasso, but in the same time, you'll be the worst economist who, at each controller, inspection and so on, will shaking if they'll find something, what will I go to jail if I did something wrong? No, let the economy for those who know how to do it well. Let the painting, let the music, let the medicine and so on for those who has this goal, and for social workers too.
Any other questions? Okay, then I will ask a question. Maybe it will be comment, I don't know. But what you proposed in this presentation was to kind of do an anti-stigma campaign with the image of the dangerousness, actually, from my perspective, the last slides and so on.
No, actually, it was opposite. But
Okay.
finish.
But I would ask something else, and it's linked with professional expertise too. If we say that, for example, biological explanation is kind of considered kind of one of the explanations, maybe anti-stigma could be kind of campaigns and so on done through liberalizing the image of causes and prognosis of the illness. Because when you have kind of medical community who is dominating the field of kind of what is illness, how to treat it, and so on, maybe it's about more kind of images of illnesses, more causes, more different prognosis, because biological explanation is linked to worse prognosis, for example. This is my...
No, actually, about mental health conditions, this is the term now approved by WHO and WPA in order to talk about. They're not diseases, they're disorders. So we cannot consider them only biological. This is the, let's say, catch-22, the clue of the mental health conditions. We still don't know the reason behind them, what's happened actually in our brains. So first of all, we don't know how to catch it better. If it will be only based on drugs or on psychotherapeutical approach, on social works and so on. So all the time we mention that biopsychosocial approach of mental conditions. But we can have, let's say, a more efficient or successful campaigns when we are thinking about the way in which people behave. You mentioned violence. Okay, it's violence related with mental illnesses. The data says no. More violent crimes are committed by so-called normal persons. Here it's one of the clue in order to lead to improve attitudes towards people with this kind of problems. More than that, we need, as I said, to do this kind of basic education to everyone, from small children, in order to avoid not only the stigma toward people with mental disorders, but even, as I mentioned, those with glasses, those that are fat, those that have physical disabilities, to educate their parents, where it's also a big problem, especially in the latest, let's say, generations, and that were under the media influence and so on. So I believe that here it will be the most efficient and future target for these anti-stigma campaigns, not on posting billboards or having, let's say, commercial spots on TV and so on. No, they are not efficient at all. We need direct education, but made it by people who knows exactly what happens, what they are dealing with, and what they have to do. And people who really want to do this, not only because financial reasons or academical promoting and so on. This is a matter of vocation.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. As a young professional, I have worked in psychiatric facility for more than 5 years. And maybe my education wasn't enough, and I very quickly realized that. But I continued to learn in different programs. And the reason at some point I had to leave was not that I was tired from patients. I was working with addicted people. It was challenging, but it was worth it to work there. It was about the system. It was even if you are educated, even if you want to change, even if you want to adopt a model who is proved to work, you have to be. You have to have another skills maybe, or other people around you to try to achieve it. And you have this dilemma that you are cooperating with the system, being in it. Even your good intentions and your skills, they are working for, not for the good of the people that you're supposed to help. You're not helping. And I left because of that, not because of lacking of any other thing or challenging patients. And maybe in Romania it's the same.
Yeah.
And my question is, if you have some answer, why we cannot change years and years, we cannot change and engage people with power and political leaders to change the system for us to work.
Thank you for your questions. Congratulations for your professional development and the way in which you are doing it. Why we are still on the same political situation after 30 years from the falling of the communism? I've heard that today your government will fall down or something. And as much as I know, it was a good government for Bulgaria. Finally, positive, Western educated one and so on. One of the biggest problems, it is in the majority of population who is non-educated, who is easier to be manipulated and so on. And we need a critical mass of people who wants to be good. And this critical mass, it's really, really hard to achieve it. A non-functional system, it is a system that is giving some benefits to a small amount of people. They have the power, they have money, they have everything, and they doesn't want to quit on that. So if you'll have a functional system, that big amount of money from the top, we need to be spread it all over, and they will lose. This is one of the explanations. So policy. Second, let's say the laissez-faire. As French says, okay, I'm going to the job, regular day at work. Yeah, I'll do something, maybe yes, maybe not. No one will ask me. Why should I feel the need to change it, since it's better to do it like this? This income, the salary will be the same. I'll not be promoted, so leave it like this. It's in our nature, let's say. Well, there are not many of us, the one who need to feel the need to change, real change something. And because of personal comfort, because of, let's say, that perspective of lack of recognition, okay, I'll do it, I'll be a hero for a day, and then no one will see me again, and probably they'll go back to the initial situation. Here, we need to change attitudes of normal people, of our communities, of our population. And I'm really afraid that there is a huge problem with the new generations. Lack of education, and they are very, very well, but in negative way, influenced by so-called new media. They're taking everything is flying on the internet. Oh, this is the good point, I need to follow it, and so on, without having these critical thoughts. And we can see that even on PISA tests. Yeah. Just to I'll finish immediately, when almost 70% or something of people who graduate high school, they know how to read, but they doesn't understand what they are reading. So this is the main problem that we are confronting with. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for excellent questions. We'll have a short break and we'll discuss outside. Thank you.
You can take coffee in front of the room. Maybe 5 minutes later.
So, we're ready to start. Welcome everybody. I'm very happy that I can give the floor to Veronica Dimitrova to give us a lecture about the link between socioeconomic and demographic factors and stigma. Veronica, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Vlado. This research is developed with Maria Martinova and Boyan Zakhariev, but now I will present it. So I will start. Mental disorders are widespread in all societies, and stigma of people with mental disorders is considered a universal phenomenon. However, attitudes vary in different contexts, societies, and social groups. Stigma is one of the main topics of research, as far as stigma and resulting discriminatory attitudes predetermine the life chances of people with mental disorders. Stigma actually arises in social interaction between professionals and people with mental disorders, between people with mental disorders and members of the society. Therefore, we can assume that public sentiment and everyday interactions are essential for the integration of people with mental disorders in the wider society. This report presents the results from a descriptive study that seeks to understand whether and how the Bulgarian society stigmatizes people with mental disorders and how demographic characteristics relate to stigmatizing attitudes. I will start with the instruments that we used. For the study, we use community attitudes towards the mentally ill, CAMI3 instrument. This instrument allows making a distinction between those who accept and reject people with mental disorders. The original scale consists of 40 statements, each 10 of them presenting one of different ideologies. They are authoritarianism, benevolence, social restrictiveness, community mental health. The questionnaire for Bulgaria consists of 25 translated statements from the original version of CAMI3. 5 statements were adapted to indicate a more general meaning, and 3 new statements in the questionnaire were added. Socio-demographic questions from European survey were added to the questionnaire. I won't read them all. The sample is multi-stage stratified random probability sample. The goal was to obtain a sample that is representative of the adult population living in Bulgaria, and the sample size is 1,000 interviews. Methods of analysis, we conducted an exploratory factor analysis using CAMI3 scale as adopted for Bulgaria. Finally, 3 factors were formed, and factor scores for each individual were computed as averages of corresponding variables, and then one-way ANOVA was carried out for revealing the relationship between demographic and social characteristic and attitudes. For the factor analysis, our analysis reviews 3 factors. The first is called authoritarianism and social restrictiveness. The 2 original ideologies represent a single dimension in our research. This is in line actually with the statement of the authors of original scale and other studies. Factor 1 includes statements supporting the view that there is a big and lasting difference between mentally ill people and other people, which makes them unpredictable and dangerous, and fully justifies their separation from the society and reduces their ability to interact with others. Social restrictiveness dominates here, and authoritarianism is its aspect. Here, mental hospitals serve as tool for social exclusion and paternalism. Factor 2 is called benevolence and community mental health ideology. It includes an attitude towards the mentally ill, which recognizes their similarity to all other members of societies. In this ideology, the mentally ill have unjustly been separated from the society and deprived of protection for a long time. They should be encouraged to fully recover and integrate into the society, and they should be cared for the recovery process. The attitude is one of acceptance and support. Factor 3 is called liberalism. The view presented here is that the mentally ill are self-sufficient and community mental health facilities should be accepted because people with mental illness do not endanger the society and no social restriction is supported here. Here you can see the ANOVA tables for all the factors. As I said, the mean score for all the factors were calculated. And here I will present the results for this analysis. For authoritarianism and social restrictiveness, which is the first factor, there is relationship between authoritarianism and age. Older age brings a higher score of the factor, and people belonging to mature age appears less authoritarian. Those in the age groups from 18 to 24 and over 75 are most authoritarian. Marital status also affects factor 1. Single and married people are the most authoritarian and socially restrictive compared to widowed ones. Ethnicity also is related to authoritarianism. It appears that authoritarian views on the mentally ill are somewhat more prevalent in Roma community and Turks. And religion is also significant in relation to authoritarianism. The means of the score for Eastern Orthodoxy and Islam are much higher than for Protestantism, Catholicism, and other religions. Professional groups also affect factor 1. Some have higher values, for example, services, occupation, skilled and unskilled workers. The lowest mean is among managerial and supervisory occupations. Education also influences authoritarianism. The lower the educational level, the higher the value of authoritarianism. And also household size affects factor 1. People from bigger households are more authoritarian. The second factor, benevolence and community mental health ideology. Here also age group affects the mean score for factor 2. The most benevolent ones are people aged from 25 to 74. Occupation also affects factor 2. The most benevolent are groups from intelligentsia and free professions, private owners, self-employed, unemployed, and homemakers. Manual workers and farmers are the least benevolent. There is no relationship between benevolence and other socio-demographic characteristics. And we can conclude that benevolence is a more general and socially acceptable ideology, and this is the reason why there are not a lot of differences between groups. For the third factor, liberalism, people with Bulgarian and Turkish origin display more often liberal attitudes towards the mentally ill. Liberal attitudes are less widespread among Roma. Religion affects mean score for factor 3. Protestants and Catholics are more liberal than Orthodox Christians and non-religious. Occupation influences also factor 3. People from intelligentsia and free professions are most liberal, while farmers and students are the least liberal occupational groups. Household size here also affects liberalism. People from bigger households are less liberal than the others. Liberalism showed no relationship with age groups, sex, marital status, children under 18 in the households, etc. And education, well-being, settlement, and profession correlate, but the Bartlett's test demonstrated different variances. Our results are consistent with previous studies, which showed that elderly people were more authoritarian and socially restrictive, less benevolent and community mental health oriented. People are most tolerant in their mature age. But there are not sufficient explanation why age is related to attitudes. The authors of CAMI suggest that the demographic relationships can be considered through the concept of life cycle status. Another suggested explanation is that elderly people, this is quotation, are more likely to be conventional and to reject odd behavior. For us, it's important to outline another interpretation, that the respondents of older generations were socialized in different contexts of institutional care, which presupposes certain views of people with mental disorders. The finding that young people are also intolerant can be explained with insufficient education in the field of health-related topics in Bulgaria. Although a large numbers of other studies show a link between gender and attitudes, women are more tolerant toward people with mental disorders. Our study does not confirm this relationship. Ohridski claimed that women are more tolerant but more afraid. It's the same in Taylor and Deere. In Bulgaria, actually, the strongest factor is authoritarianism and social restrictiveness, and this is probably the reason why gender shows no significant influence in our study. Because the direction of the effects shown more sympathetic attitudes among female respondents, but for the 3 of the scales, for social restrictiveness, there is no difference. The findings about socioeconomic variables are similar to other studies. People with higher social status are more tolerant. The higher the education, the more benevolent and less authoritarian the attitude. Low professional status is also related to negative attitudes towards the mentally ill. However, there are inconsistencies that need to be explained. For example, populations from services occupations turn out to be more authoritarian in our studies. In contrast to other studies, so we cover more socioeconomic variables among those ethnicity and religion have proven to be essential. In Bulgaria, ethnicity shapes the attitudes in several ways. Firstly, people from Roma community more often display attitudes that are authoritarian and socially restrictive, less benevolent and less liberal. Secondly, people from groups with lower occupational status, manual workers, for example, with lower education and lower subjective assessments of income are less tolerant. And this coincides with the socioeconomic situation of the Roma in Bulgaria. Thirdly, religion has a significant contribution to determining more authoritarian and socially restrictive attitudes. In our sample, 26% of Roma are Orthodox and 32% are Muslims. This is a clue for interpretation in 2 directions. Firstly, when ethnicity stigmatized, the process of discrimination and exclusion of ethnic minorities leads to deprivation and nourishes more negative attitudes. Secondly, there is a clue that there are different conceptual models about mental illness based on distinct knowledge among ethnic and religious groups. We think that more research is needed in this direction. The belief variable has also been underrepresented in current studies. We can confirm that Orthodox and Muslims express generally less tolerant attitudes compared to other groups. This suggests the need for a more in-depth study of cultural differences among religious groups. As a conclusion, we can say that the total predictiveness of demographic and economic variables is not particularly large. The groups that the analysis reveals could be considered in the context of future policies aiming at destigmatization of people with mental disorders in Bulgaria. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Veronica. I suggest to start discussion after finishing the second presentation. Now I'm giving the floor to Радостина Антонова and Jacqueline Andonova to present the multiple stigma experience of children in residential care. And the second level of stigma is the mental health problem of the women's that biological mothers suffer from mental health disorders. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay. We will present both our work. So I should start, and Jacqueline will add, and then continue the presentation. As was said, our presentation is dedicated to the multiple stigma experience of children in residential care whose biological mothers suffer mental disorder. Both of us, we are part of a know-how center for alternative care of children, which is a research part in New Bulgarian University, and the data that we will present and the cases that we will explain after that to visualize our findings. Actually, they are real people, and the data are based of research and some applied project that we have implemented in our center. So let's go further. Our study explores what functions does stigmatization perform in the caregiver-adolescent relationship. So we have worked with the children without parental care. We have also worked with their caregivers in the small home centers and also with their parents where it was possible. So we have experience with the whole system which is around the child. And it gave us the opportunity to see the whole system and the damages that the stigmatization does on these people. The second theme that our report explores is the multi-layered stigmatization of children who are placed in residential care, and what consequences this stigma has on their personal development. Our group of children were the so-called care leavers. These are adolescents, 14, 18, 19 years old. They are called caregivers because in several years they must leave the state care, so they should start their independent life. And this transition is quite severe in our context. And the third question and the third aim of our study is to show how successful professional mediation, which preserves and strengthens the adolescent-parent relationship, affects the psychosocial development of the adolescent. And actually we have chosen 3 cases which show different type of mediation which the caregivers have with the children and their parents, their families, and how it affects the children's mental health. Okay. Our understanding of stigma is based on, of course, Goffman's understanding for the stigma as spoiled identity, and also Foucault's understanding that stigmatization is a process of disciplining differences in order to preserve the norm which is adopted in a society. When we look at the children who are without parental care and who are placed in institutions from the old and from the new type of institution, we can see a lot of stigma that they suffer. When I say, perhaps we should clear this, when I say old type of institution and new type of institution, it means that the old type were the old orphanages where hundreds of children were placed in one place. And since 2010, when the process of deinstitutionalization started, actually these big orphanages were destroyed and replaced by the so-called small health centers, where children are not more than 12 in one home. This is the administrative part, the visible part of this process, but actually the real intention of this reform, which we are seeking for to achieve, is that the children receive an individualized care. They are not part of a group. They are not just the children in the institutions, which are settled far away from the big homes and from the community, but each child should be seen as a child, as an individual, and the small home centers actually are based in the cities. So the children come and they are visible. And also another part of this process of social change was actually to involve the parents in the setting to taking care about the children. So what kind of stigma we have found asking the children what they are afraid, what is the most, what they are afraid to be called by the others. The most nasty thing, as the child calls it, is to be called I'm a child from a home. In Bulgarian it sounds like Аз съм дете от дом. But the children who have grown up in the old institutions, actually they cannot explain what actually means for them to be a home, but it is something shameful. Being child from a home actually is directly associated with the separation trauma, that they have been left by their parents, that nobody wants to care about them, and this huge sense of being vulnerable. After each other stigma which is based on these children, actually we see a lot of fear, our fears, because I think each of us has this big fear to be alone in a city, to be poor in a city, to be without support, to be without the protection, to be small without money in the streets. All this is even more difficult and more dangerous for us when we speak that the children have some disabilities, physical or mental, and they have some special educational needs. So all the stigma that we put on these children, behind them is hiding a big fear of hours. When we asked after that the social workers and the children what they want to change, if they have the opportunity to change one thing in the whole small home centers, actually, both groups said we want to put out this signs, thank you, signs which are written and stay in front of the small home centers where is written this is a small home center for children without parental care. So even the administrative goodwill and even our professional goodwill to show that we take care about the children and we understand them, so it becomes some kind of symbolic abuse and it's based for stigmatization of the children. And what our cases actually suffer more is that their parents, mothers, are diagnosed with as schizophrenic ill people. So their mothers have schizophrenia, which is a severe mental disorder. It is interesting when we talk about these children and about their biological parents, I mean, is that the common sense usually thinks about them in extreme categories. So the children are villains or heroes. The mothers who have left these children or whose children were taken and placed in a small home center because they cannot take proper care for them. Actually, they're also villains or heroes. The same is with the foster care parents. They're also villains or heroes. And actually, this thinking in extreme categories perhaps is a base or is a consequence of the stigma thinking about the children without parental care and their biological parents, because it shows that the stigma hinders to make a real relationship with these children and to see them as the individuals. We should go further. Yeah. What the harm of the institutionalization does to the individual development of the children, it's a very important part. Since, let's say, 90s of the 20th century, there is a huge amount of researches in different scientific fields about what actually the institutionalization does to the children. And what is more important for our report is that the children who are placed in institution actually don't develop a secure attachment style. And actually, based on the stigma and the self-stigmatization which these children develop, actually they develop a negative identity for themselves. And based on these two main harms, actually we have chosen our methodology, how to work with them and how to reflect the experience that we have in our communication with the children and their parents and their caregivers. I will give the floor to Jacques.
Actually, Know-How Center is very, the next slide. It's very engaged and with the process of the DI process in Bulgarian, follows the process from 2010 till now, and try to some of the children that are presented here, the cases, we have worked for a couple of years in a different, they included them in a different activities of Know-How Center, and the basic approach is action research, and the important thing was to engage all the participants in the process of DI, in the DI process, and in the research, to make them, to make the children, to make the parents, to make the caregivers, to make some other people who are who can decide what to happen and in what time to be engaged with the research, but with the change that this research can probably have. And yes, we based our presentation on the 3 years of work with adolescents in residential care, their parents, mentors, and caregivers using the methodology of building a personal life project. Do you want to share something about? It's published. It's published in Bulgarian only, maybe. In English and Bulgarian, and you can, if you have interest, we can give you more information. And we also use, as I said, action research approach, and interviewing children and interacting with them. We ask them about their river of experience, which this is Percy Smith's method, semi-structured interview, and it helps us to understand what children think are the most important events in their lives, and maybe being placed in an institution will be the most important. We couldn't know for sure, and we will show you what we have found from some of these children, and especially children whose parents are suffering from mental illness. Maybe this will be important as well as being not only being a child from an institution. Okay. Yes.
We will show you some examples of our work, and of course, which are giving an answer of the question, what is the consequences on the personal development of the children, where the stigma and of being a child of a schizophrenic mother actually is managed in a good and not in such a good way. So the first case, we called him M. Of course, this is not the real name of the child. Right now, M is 18 years old. When we started work with him, he was 15 years old. He was abandoned in an institution since his birth. So it means that 19 years he was in an institution from the previous one institutions and the small home centers, the new one. Also, he was placed in several foster families, but he was given back to the institution because the families cannot manage some anger outbursts that this child has. And the foster families, of course, didn't receive professional supervision how to deal with this anger outbursts of this child. It shows that the personal story of this young boy is filled with many losses and abuse. When we started working on his plan for his future, actually we can see a lot of despair in his plan. So he said, I want to be an actor, but I will become at the best case, I will become a pizza man, because I can cook well, but nobody will see me as an actor. Although he was included many times in school and also in the small home center in some acting place. And what we decided with him and his mentor from the small home center, to give him the opportunity to go to a course which can prepare him for high education in acting. And nobody but believed that he will succeed. And actually what happened was that he didn't have enough people who can talk with him about this new experience, being part of the teenage group of normal children who have their parents who support them in this process to manage with their emotions and also to be another person on the stage. And actually, some of his anger outbursts started. So that was the presentation of the people who worked with them. Actually, it was part of his new role. He tried to cope his personal weaknesses through the role. But what is more important for our report is that all caregivers in this small home center, actually they explain his problem behavior, the behavior that scares them, actually that he's a child of a schizophrenic mother and he will become like her. The professional helplessness and perhaps lack of knowledge how to deal and the lack of will to understand this child actually results in the stigma explanation of the behavior. Which is very important to say is that this boy doesn't know his mother. Actually, only the legend that she is placed also in another institution is part of his presentation about who is his family. Of course, the father is unknown. And in his mental scheme about what is schizophrenia and what is very dangerous, he receives this impression that schizophrenia, the being mad, actually is something which cannot be controlled and which can ruin his whole life, even like from this moment.
I'm afraid that
Yep,
we don't have more time.
3 minutes?
3 minutes, yes.
Okay. So the second case is of a young girl who is 17 years old right now. But her mother left her in an institution when she was a baby, of course, because the mother has a schizophrenia, but the mother continued to visit and to know this child. And there was a very good relationship between the mother, the social worker, and the child. So this, what it's very specific for this child is that she sees that her mother sometimes is incapable to be a good mother, but she tries everything to be in a relationship with her. And this girl is very purposeful, so she knows what she wants to do and how to do, and she is making very consistent steps to achieve her goal and what she wants to be. And she is very selective in making relationships and very proactive in engaging other people how she can achieve her goals.
Yes. The case of A, and she was living with her mother who was suffering mental illness for 10 years in her childhood, and then she and her sister were placed in the institution because of some abuse, as far as I understood from the caregivers. There was a violence in family, and maybe in some situation that it was the mother's state was a threat to the health of the children. We managed to include the mother itself in the research and to hear her own perspective and what she thinks about the mental illness and how it influences the way she's able to treat, to care for the children. And it wasn't a surprise that we met a very sad woman who was very confused, but actually the approach that these caregivers was more inclusive and open to her needs all the time, because the children were already 6 years in residential care, and she was trying from the beginning to stay connected with them. And the children and the caregivers made a plan how to preserve this relationship, and if it's possible to reintegrate the children with the mother at some point, or with the father, because they're two separated families here, and it was even more complicated. What was important for Anna's case, that her wish to repair the family ties and to rebuild the fragmented home was making everybody around more open to the mother's needs. And yes, the child voice was appreciated, and she's becoming more active because of that, and more secure that she will not be not so afraid of what is mental illness and what will happen to her in time. Okay. The conclusion is that stigmatization hinders the efforts at bonding with the children and their suffering, and sometimes professional helplessness could bring more suffering and more stigmatization to the children in residential care. And we have to have this professional humility working with these children. And I just chose this quote to show that when you hear the child that the worst thing is to be a child from institution, you realize that you even if you think you're the savior and you save the child, it is a trauma itself, and you have to reflect on it and to be more down to earth. Stigma hinders the support seeking and the giving behavior in children and in parents, and this professional support that strengthens the family bonds helps to overcome this trauma of separation and motivates both the child and the parent to take control of their relationship and future. Multiple stigma creates significant difficulties for unsupported children to answer of demands of the surrounding context. Yeah, we can agree with that. Do you want to continue? The model of care, which is built on building positive alliances between service and the family, shows a clear positive impact on the development of children and their sense of ability of seeing the future of themselves, and to exist in some relationship system and not to be alone and isolated. And we preserve their chances of reintegration, which is actually the main goal, to close all the institution and to be able to work with families in prevention, for some of them in successful reintegration, in foster families or in biological families. But we have to make something more. Positive impact of such approach is, as we said, overcoming the effects of stigma, coping with the experience of shame and guilt, which makes children to experience, which children experience, and they have a lot of trouble because of that. Capacity to build and maintain relationships, which is, of course, for my opinion, what we want to help the children to preserve, to make relationship with their own. And increased social activity in children can be achieved by listening the child's voice, but not only listening, but making active actions to maintain a relationship that are important, not only to listen, to do something, and they become active as well. Thank you, and I'm sorry for the time.
For your attention.
So thank you for your lecture. Again, according to the time, we are moving forward, and question and answer will be on the end of next presentations.
So again on the stage, this time for moderating the institutional care historical perspective and good practices. And we have a first lecture that will be given by my good friend, Dr. Vladimir Nakov. I know him since 2012, so already 10 years, and even he doesn't know that. I really appreciate his passion that he's giving to studying history of Bulgarian psychiatry. Even from time to time, he's exaggerating in some issues. So, Dr. Vladimir Nakov and the psychiatry in socialist Bulgaria, mistakes of growth of mistakes, a question that he will give us, I hope, an answer.
Thank you, Mihai. First, I will start with a short introduction of the summary of my presentation. The source of information, you can see some of them. I work on this project more than 3 years. So another sources, Central State Archives, archives of psychiatric hospitals, and personal interviews, just to imagine what is the volumes that I read, some of the programs. I will give the presentation. You can see this slide personally. So it was some limitation of the study, because when I start, we just go to the COVID time and lockdown just began. Some of materials I try to find in local archives, but it was very limited, because between this time the institutions changed the name and changed the location that reflect to the archives, and most of the information are lost. So some other sources of information. I try to find presenting of Bulgarian psychiatry in other languages, and find only 2 books that the Bulgarian psychiatry was present during the period between 44 and 89. And also I found one article of French, one article in English, and maybe 2 in Russian. During the whole period, what they present. And of course, I forgot one big article in on German. What is happening from the beginning? We can say that the history of Bulgarian psychiatry really starts from 1944, because in this time we have only from different sources, the number are different, but between 20 to maximum 50 psychiatrists. And the catch is that most of them are not only psychiatrists, most of them are psychoneurologists and working in the field of neurology, not in psychiatry. So the number are different. In the beginning, on the first years, we have a lot of students. Could you imagine 1,000 students per year in medicine? I couldn't imagine if somebody tell me how they go to the lecture, and especially in the hospital, because in this time Sofia was particularly destroyed. Most of the hospital are moved from the country. They are not here. So they produce. Of course, pure training, insufficient staff, very very poor living condition. They're the same, may I say, in the psychiatric hospital right now. For example, in Biała, they're living 4 people in 10 square meters. This is the living space for the patients. And one of the doctors who lose his life in psychiatry, how they describe this tragic news in some words on her funeral. One of the sources was so-called Health Front. This is the newspaper for informing the people about healthcare and healthcare system. They were placed in a condition in which one could think not of recovery but of rapid destruction. The same in right now. This psychiatric establishment were mainly in isolation. I think it is the same. So the history shows us that the picture is the same, and I'm not optimistic for the future of Bulgarian psychiatry. Of course, we are proud that the beds are increased by 100%. That is not true, because I found data in National Statistics Institute that in this time the number of beds are decreased 2 times. I will move forward because I think I don't have enough time. Let me show. This is the contemporary medicine. You can see one of the first prime minister in Bulgaria, colonel from KGB, Peter Kolarov, and also the picture of Georgy Dimitrov, Vlko Chervenkov, and Stalin, who is reading the studies of Lenin. Again, the name of this is contemporary medicine. Health Front, you can see Vlko Chervenkov. Maybe most of you know that Medical Academy was named by Vlko Chervenkov for 7 years. So we have personal history about Semashko. I found the story that he not only live and work here in Bulgaria for 2 years in Peštera. So about psychiatric education, they learn so-called Diamat, Istmat. Everybody who are older than 50 years know these disciplines, and we copy the model of Soviet Union, and we built some institutes. One of these institutes is Institute for Training and Specialization of Physicians, and of course Institute for Research of Psychoneurology. we start to use Soviet nomenclature. We leave ICD 6 and 7. We miss them between 1951 and 1962. Let's summarize what is happening from the first years of starting of new healthcare system. The materials are few and they're previously ideological. We can be said that the first 7 years are missing, including the availability of statistics on the number of doctors and psychiatric structures. In the first program for the development of healthcare on the patriotic front, mental health is missing as a priority. And my favorite words written by Professor Milev: during the years of people rule, psychiatric care in our country has achieved great success, but it's still in a deplorable state. So, what can see? We see the most of people are in uniforms. This is in 1952. They still using uniforms. What is going on about psychiatric structures? You can see on the next slide, they change the names, but nothing other is happening. This is the picture from Saint Naum, the beginning. You can see the time for relax of the personnel, and of course so-called voluntary work. Some pictures from the beginning. On the left and top, you can see the first building of dispensary in Veliko Trnovo and some persons in medical academy. Just to make sense what is happening in psychiatric hospitals, the number of incidents, suicide, and so on. What can we say? In the early period, strong influence of ideological Pavlovism, speak about the cortex and everything will be fine. The broad introduction of pharmacological, yes, thank you, treatment which move patients from the hospital system into the dispensary facilities. This allowed the psychiatrists to boast of having developed psychiatric care in the community. In fact, it was tightly paired with the hospital care. In 1972, the private practice totally banned. That is another favorite words from the beginning of the young outpatient organization, and the resistance of the patient and their family for dispensary care. And during this second period of in the development of outpatient psychiatric care, the volume of dispensary work grew significantly and faster than the growth of the system and the staff. And we are going to the end of the period. This is the period of programs and proposal to new psychiatric care system. and it is very sustainability in the time, because now we have new strategy for the next period between 2020 and 2030. And you can see some picture from presenting how they the vision, how must the dispensary method must work, but it was never happened. This picture shows that it is more important to predict how many beds we need. That is more important. That is the real picture, what is happening, proportion between doctors and psychiatric beds. That what I want to show, that the ratio between dispensary beds and hospitals, university clinic, almost the same for the 10 years. In the different psychiatric units, you can see the only beds who is increasing only in psychiatric hospitals and psychiatric dispensaries. Psychiatric dispensary going, maybe you don't know, but it is outpatient structures. And this is totally numbers of beds and number of registered mentally ill people during the periods. Institutional place in social care are going higher. And you can see, I just show you only two persons. This is the Professor Ivan Temkov. He's the central figure in the periods between 60 and 90s, and one of the directors of the Center for Psychoneurological Research. Some programs to investigate what is the dispensary method, some picture in the from the hospitals in national conference, and that is the real story. What is the dispenser is meaning? That is the building in Saint Noam Hospital again. I am going just to show one of the special order of the Sofia municipality. They order to bring to keep the people in hospital because the national celebrating day. And one of picture of ambulatory cards, you can see that trying to go abroad is high dangerous action. So, in conclusion, the availability of these documents show that where certain form of abuse, an order by which patients are particularly detained in the hospital, defining the escape abroad as a especially dangerous action. The fact that in leading position in Bulgarian psychiatry are persons whose cooperate with state security services has been revealed, and the program for cooperation with the state security agency to combat antisocial behavior. I just want to show about the key person in Bulgarian psychiatry, and one of them is a big figure after 1989. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation. And in a note of dark humor, we could say that in Bulgaria the disinstitutionalization process started 50 years ago. Unfortunately, in the worst premises, and unfortunately also we are sharing the same history. I realize that whatever Vlado presents for Bulgaria, it's the same for Romania, even about the evolution of some people and how the psychiatry was used in political purposes. And I realized that also we didn't learn from our history, and as we can see, the history it's repeating. I hope that the new forms of care in mental health based on best practices and which are directly orientated to needs, case and practices will be a good process and will offer good quality services for our clients, as Gergana Manolova from London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine and World Health Organization will present in the next minute.
Thank you very much. I will try to keep to the time.
We are okay with time.
Well, there is already a problem since I don't see my presentation on this drive, but it might take me a minute to get it on there. I just wanted to say that I'm very thankful that I'm back here in Sofia University, where I initially started my learning in mental health with a bachelor's degree in psychology in 2004. That was some while ago. And I'm very happy to be here again. So thank you very much for your hospitality. I want to just start by presenting some facts and figures about the situation of public mental health globally. So my presentation will be of more global orientation, and maybe it will give some of the solutions, some of the ideas for change to the difficult problems which have been discussed already in the first panels this morning. This should work now. Yes. So, as I said, I will firstly discuss the needs for mental health care and the situation globally for mental disorders. I'm going to speak about the global context, so the figures that I'm mentioning here are quite generalized and condensed. The picture, as we know, is quite stark. Nearly 1 billion people, so 1/7 of the world's population around the world, experience a diagnosable mental health disorder right now. Roughly 1 in 3 people will experience poor mental health in their lifetime. The prevalence rate of conditions such as schizophrenia is on average 4 people per 1,000 people will experience this in their lifetime. The prevalence rate of other disorders such as depression varies greatly. There is an average estimate from 2017 of the World Health Organization which says about 44 people per 1,000 at any given time, affecting over 300 million people around the world. Anxiety disorders, according to the same estimate, affect on average 36 people per 1,000 at any given time, or over 250 million people around the world. The Global Burden of Disease 2019 studies show that mental disorders remain since the 1990s onwards, and through several cycles of Global Burden of Disease estimates, they remain among the top 10 leading clusters of disease, and they show, unfortunately, no signs of decreasing. At the same time, there are scarce resources for mental health. We have on average global financing for mental health standing at 2.1% of total health expenditure at the national level. Mental health workers, according to global averages, are at 13 per 100,000 population around the world. That includes not only psychiatrists and psychologists, but also nurses, therapists, and other professionals who work in specialized mental health. Again, I make the caveat that a lot of these figures need to be qualified. There's a whole story behind them. For example, it is clear that in high-income countries, the spending for mental health is a much higher proportion of the health expenditure, and they also have a higher number of mental health workers. But that means, if you think about it, that the average resources in low and lower middle income countries are significantly less than the percentages and numbers shown here. Unfortunately, we're not looking at any better picture in the future. These slides and estimates reflect the accumulated knowledge from the last 20 years or so. But mental disorders are on the rise, and the reasons for this are complex. Again, it was already mentioned, we don't exactly know what causes mental disorders, but we do know that there are various complex confluences. We can point to a few large and public events which have the potential, statistically, to affect the prevalence rates. The ongoing pandemic of COVID-19 is one. It creates a perfect storm of conditions. We've got people experiencing death, loss, grief, the consequences of being infected with COVID, loss of social contacts through disruptions of the pandemic, isolation, interpersonal conflicts. According to a scientific brief of the World Health Organization, this is already accounted for 25% increase in the prevalence of depression and anxiety disorders worldwide. And young people and women are some of the hardest affected groups of people. Another such reason for the rise of mental disorders is the rising number of conflicts around the world. This not only leads to many people directly affected by loss, violence, abuse, and becoming refugees, which is, to say the least, not good for their mental health, but also through the ubiquity of media in our lives. This leads us to all of us co-experiencing what is happening, which greatly affects our well-being too. It would be beneficial, let's say, to keep children and teenagers away from war coverage on TV or online as much as you can, because it is very easy for them to become affected by vicarious trauma. Still, another effect is climate change. It may seem at a first glance very far-fetched to connect climate change to mental health. But we now have serious scientific arguments that air pollution causes a rise in mental disorders. And heat waves, separately, also cause a rise in mental disorders. Disasters are more likely under climate change, and along with the material damages that they cause, damages to mental health as well. Food insecurity is more likely with unstable climate. That in turn creates more conflicts, poverty, and makes prime conditions for mental disorders. I wanted to mention that I haven't included my sources in this presentation since I'm trying to keep it brief, but I would be more than happy to provide you with all the sources for the facts that I'm mentioning and to discuss further all of my contents of the presentation. So what approach could we possibly take against the current and predicted future burden of mental disorders globally? Firstly, this kind of situation requires a whole of society approach. I will only very briefly mention the otherwise very significant model of mental health and well-being based on the work of Dr. Bronfenbrenner, which is enormously popular in public mental health. There is also what is called the social determinants of health, which determine the way that people's life, they shape the experience of people in life, and thus they reflect and determine also their mental health to a degree. I find this model of course, it's very complex. This is one of the most exhaustive descriptions I've seen, and it's too detailed for us to go into it. But again, will be happy to discuss it with anyone interested. What is important for us to note at this stage is that there are so many factors outside of the individual that affect mental health and well-being, and that our efforts to influence mental health should also spread to these domains. I've started my career as a therapist working with individuals, and of course, working with the individual, you sometimes see a change in their circumstances and you're feeling very happy and very glad about your work. But oftentimes, I couldn't help but notice that in the lives of individuals, there were also structural factors that affected them very much. And I could tell at the time that if these structural factors, if they had help in some other domains of their lives, their mental health would probably be better, or at least their mental disorders would not be as severe. If we want good mental health, we should not limit ourselves to the individual, to one-to-one treatment and interaction. Furthermore, the greatest amount of our efforts in mental health work should be dedicated to prevention of mental disorders and promotion of mental health, strengthening support systems in the community and society, building knowledge in individuals, reducing stigma and discrimination. All of these directions for action are usually mentioned as good intentions. They're currently neglected, unfortunately, even in the best resourced countries. But how to organize these services and determine who gets what? This is another fundamental graphic that you can see in discussions on public mental health. The pyramid of mental health and psychosocial support services initially created by the Interagency Standing Committee, the group of UN agencies that provide humanitarian relief. This was used to illustrate how to deliver mental health support in emergencies, but now has been extended to cover the everyday life of all the populations worldwide. This approach allows for structured survey of the existing services, establishing the gaps, examining referral networks between the different levels, long-term service planning, and developing new services. Mental health, starting from the bottom of the pyramid, mental health starts with providing basic services for people and protecting their human rights as well as their dignity. Food, shelter, security. At the community and family level, going one level up, people need information to raise awareness of mental disorders. They need to learn how to manage interpersonal relationships, how to care for themselves and for their family, friends and neighbors. They need to know to work consciously and deliberately on strengthening the support networks between that exist within the community at the community level. For people who are at risk of developing mental disorders or who are showing some prodromal symptoms, there is the next level, which is the focused non-specialist services delivered by professionals. This can help them reduce their mental distress and avoid mental disorder or avoid prolonged mental disorders. I say professionals, but note that we are not talking here about services provided by mental health professionals. We're talking about those who work in the health, social sectors, the educational sector, the law enforcement sector. They are trained to deliver assistance for mental health problems. And we know, of course, very well what the top of the pyramid does. This is the specialized services, trained mental health professionals, psychologists, psychiatrists, nurses, occupational therapists, social workers, all those who work directly with people with mental disorders to aid in their recovery and rehabilitation and life in the community. I don't want you to think that this pyramid is fiction, because it can sometimes sound like another good intention, especially in a place where mental health exists only as a concept at the very top of the pyramid in the specialized services layer. Around the world, there are multiple interventions that exist for every layer at all these levels that focus on mental health. The interventions are out there. A lot of them are under scientific trial. And so many of them are available to adopt, adapt, and implement. And I don't want to make it sound as if it is so easy to just take and implement something, but their availability and the fact that they've already been trialed and that we have this evidence of them, this is a huge resource which we can already use. Here are some of them. And I didn't want to crowd the slide. I haven't put everything that is available in there. I could talk about these interventions for an academic year, not just 15 minutes. I will just mention a few so that you can gain the impression of what is being done and in what circumstances and what settings it is being done. At the basic level, we have interventions such as Housing First, which starts treating homeless people with mental health conditions by providing the secure basis, their home. I think it started in Sweden, but it has spread also with trials to the UK. Not surprisingly, this leads to better results than just the process of offering treatment for their mental health condition and leaving them on the street. Psychological first aid is the provision of very basic psychosocial assistance, not by specialists, just people who have received a training of 1 hour to those in distress, especially during emergencies and disasters. We are seeing currently with the war in Ukraine a huge surge of trainings in psychological first aid in Europe. Referrals to social services help make sure that people with mental disorders have what it takes to lead materially stable lives. Again, this looks like someone making maybe a professional or a personal contact with someone with a mental disorder and checking just for the basic security of their life. Do they have a house? Do they have food provided? Maybe they're working, maybe they're not. If they're not working, do they have money that it takes to pay the bills? At the community level, schools and workplaces are becoming locations for psychosocial trainings in emotional regulation, in self-care, in community care, and awareness raising for mental disorders. I know of many such trainings. I can mention trainings taking place in Kenya, South Africa, China for schoolwork, and of course many Western companies that offer workplace mental health programs. Destigmatizing campaigns in the community aim to bring people to understand what mental disorders mean. The work of Professor Graham Thornycroft, for one, shows that social contact is the most directive and effective way to reduce stigma. Peer-led services are driven by people with lived experience of mental disorders, including severe mental disorders, who help others who are affected to live their lives, receive treatment, recover and control their disorders. At the focused non-specialist levels, we have community health workers helping people at risk of mental disorders through individual and group meetings. I have helped train such workers in Sri Lanka. We have trainings for non-specialists which can vary from ordinary members of communities. The very popular Friendship Bench project started in Zimbabwe and now is implemented in New York State in the US. Teaches older people, grannies from the community, to provide psychological counseling to people. The question of perinatal mental health is being seriously addressed from India through Australia, through Peru with trained perinatal nurses. WHO's MHGAP is a system for training healthcare professionals, doctors, nurses, general practitioners, in how to assess, diagnose, and treat 10 mental, neurological, and substance use disorders varying from depression through psychosis, through epilepsy, through alcohol abuse. This system is readily available with all the training materials from WHO and has been used in nearly 100 countries by now. Crisis teams and crisis lines are nothing new, but there are many countries and settings that still don't have them. And their crisis houses are where people with mental disorders can check themselves into if they are experiencing a relapse or not feeling well.
Sorry to announce you 3 more minutes.
Thank you. All of these interventions are carried out in the spirit of respect for human rights of people with mental disorders and full respect for their dignity, and rejection of the paternalistic model of medicine, which has characterized specifically psychiatry so much in the past, It is also in the spirit of listening to people with lived experience with mental disorders. And we are witnessing a serious effort to change the dynamic away from coercion and involuntary treatment towards collaboration between those who receive the treatment and those who deliver some of the therapeutic factors. Additionally, the paradigm of mental health is shifting towards recovery-oriented practice. Finally, let me just say a few words about the field which unites all of this and in which I've been working for the past 6 years. The interdisciplinary field of global mental health involves the study, research, and practice of improving mental health for all people worldwide. This is a field which welcomes all kinds of scholars of mental health, psychology, psychiatry, anthropology, sociology, epidemiology, education, social services, nursing, occupational therapy, many, many others. And it welcomes also people working at all levels, from clinical to academic, from practitioner to people with lived experience, advocates, service planners, policymakers. It is a field with great potential, which is growing by the day and bolstered by the increased recent attention to mental health. I want to thank you for your attention and to invite you to contact me if you have any further questions or if you think I can be helpful with some of the materials that I've presented today or others. Thank you.
Thank you for your excellent presentation. There is any question? You have any? Please.
First, let me introduce myself, Ohridski, at the Sofia University, and let me thank you for the rich and stimulating presentations to you all. I have a question for Veronica and then for Vladimir, if I have the time to ask that many questions. Veronica, can I ask you to put back on the slide with the ANOVA results from your presentation? Or is it too much? Because I want to comment on something. Now, the comment goes like, the problem is like this. In any communicative act, there is a dimension that goes beyond the intentions of the interlocutors, including the interviews. And I think that this dimension can provide an alternative explanation of many of the findings of the study. If you take into account the factors, for example, I think that in the factors in the study resonates the whole history of psychiatry, because the authoritarian attitude is very close to the classical 19th century psychiatric approach. The second factor actually comes very close to the social and communal psychiatry that your project is embedded in. And the third factor, again, comes close to anti-psychiatry. Now, if you look at the table, this can explain many things. Why people of age over 75 are so authoritarian. Probably because in their formative years, the knowledge about mental health was dominated by classical psychiatry. Then why the younger people are so intolerant? Because when you ask them questions like this, there is this silent imperative to be tolerant. And I'm guessing that probably the young people respond to the imperative and not to the questions of mental health that you're asking. Then, that being said, why, for example, the people between 25 and 75 are tolerant? Probably because in any communication there is this dimension in which I'm talking to myself while talking to the other. And they are exactly the people who are coping with mental disorders. With the risk of mental disorders, if not with the disorders themselves. After all, 1/3 of us should be depressed according to the statistics, right? So they're addressing their own experience. And assuming an authoritarian stance toward mental disorders means being authoritarian towards themselves, which is counterintuitive at least. And as to Roma, actually, they again speak about their experience with mental disorders. If you ask me, it is probably shaped by the fact that they have a very poor access to mental health at all. I just wanted to ask a question. This is why I wanted to see the table with the ANOVA results. Again, in your opinion, first of all, what do you think about those alternative explanations? And secondly, why the unemployed are so drastically tolerant, even more than intelligentsia? If you check the category of C, they are strongly supporting the communal psychiatry. So thank you in advance for the question, for the answers. I forgot I was asking the questions, but my question to Vladimir. I enjoyed the presentation very much, but when we tell stories about socialist past, there is this ambiguity, because the words that we have inherited from socialism seem meaningless, just like the face of Vasil Kolarov on the cover of a specialized medical journal. And one tries to read the real meaning of what's happening between the lines. And this approach has a number of problems. First of all, it risks always being slightly conspiratorial, but this is not the biggest problem. It risks being banal, because it always uncovers the same oppression, the same ideology, no matter what the text it reads. And I think, unfortunately, that your statement that nothing happened with the dispensaries risks to be understood in that vein. So I would like to ask you to comment on it, because the statistics that you showed to us briefly actually contradicts it. There is a stable rise in the beds in the dispensaries. They command a significant portion of the services in the field of mental health. Of course, they are coordinated with the clinics, but is it a defect actually? Does this make them masked clinics in a sense? And if you have continued your statistics after 1989, I think we would say that this nothing that happened was squandered after that. So can you please comment on this general statement? Let me tell you how I understood it for myself, that what happened wasn't ideal, that it fell short of the good intentions. Thank you for being so patient with my questions.
So, I have a hypothesis for the question for Veronica, why the unemployed are so tolerant, because maybe it is coming from definition of what is unemployment. Some of people suffering from mental diseases, most of them are unemployment, and maybe that is the reason. I'm not sure. It's just hypothesis. According to the dispensaries and statistic, the picture are the same in these years, because I have data about after 1989, and I miss to say that Bulgarian psychiatry are deeply involved in world psychiatry, because when the protest against the abuse in Soviet psychiatry started in 1977 in Honolulu, Ivan Temkov was chosen to be vice president of ethical committee. So, in opinion of some authors, he has a key role to stop the work of this committee. And in 1983, when World Psychiatric Association tried to ban the Soviet Union from world psychiatry, the KGB give this information, and one of the country who is voluntary going out from World Psychiatric Association is Bulgaria. There are only 4, I think, countries: Cuba, Czechoslovakia, Bulgaria, and Soviet Union. The country who supported this act. And also, what I miss in my presentation is to show that what is happening in dispensary, the number of beds, that is the visible, but in the structure, they replace. I have personal memories. For example, in Pleven, for the first 10 years, the dispenser changed the place 10 times. They start in the basement. After that, on the other side, on the city, and so on. That is not good practice to change the place for if you trying to build sustainability of the project of dispensaries. So I hope that answer to your question, and we maybe on the break we continue this discussion.
So I just wanted to add that we need to have great reserve about the numbers. Even they are providing by archives, the numbers between 1989 in our countries are not so real as we expected. So this need to be a real good point. Thank you for your attention. We have a lunch break now, and we'll see in 12 minutes for an online session. Have a nice break. Thank you.
I think we should start with Alexandra Traikova and the topic of ethical arguments against stigmatizing mental illness. Alexandra, you can share your screen and also you can turn on your camera.
Right, sorry about this. It's just my screen froze for a quick second.
Okay.
And I was just unable to really do anything at all. I will be sharing my screen with you, but it says that the host has disabled participant screen sharing. I don't know if I'm the only one who can see this message.
Okay. Now you can try and...
Right. Okay. So this is, here we have my slides. I reckon it will take a second to visualize. Can everybody see this?
Yes.
Right. Well, hello everyone, and thanks for having me here today. My name is Alexandra, and I am based in the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences Institute of Philosophy and Sociology, where I work in the Department of Ethical Studies. And today I wanted to share a few thoughts regarding the philosophical perspective on society's attitude towards people living with mental illness. I have decided to present...
Turn on
Sorry?
the whole screen. Just to turn on the whole screen.
Right.
Slideshow. And the camera, if you can.
Is it like, if I go to, sorry, I'm using LibreOffice and it's taking a while to figure out. Can we just take it as it is, please? Because I'm...
Slideshow, it should be. I don't know.
My menu is in Bulgarian, unfortunately, which I can't really... Is it English?
Here?
You can use F5. F5.
F5. Oh, okay. Thanks for the instructions. This has been very helpful. Except for me, that's just adjusting screen brightness. I think I have this little icon here.
This
Okay.
Okay.
Right. So, I decided to present a paper that I wrote a couple years ago for a themed volume titled Otherness as a Moral Challenge, which I have never actually talked about until now. And my text was written from the philosophy, from the point of view of someone who does moral philosophy professionally, but also as an academic background and an ongoing interest in the medical humanities, especially history and philosophy of medicine. So,
you know, seeing as my paper is over 30 pages long and we're operating with time constraints, I will only discuss the second set of my theoretical reflections, which is, you know, the initial goals were to explore the ethical dimensions of living with mental health condition and to unpack the normative factors which inform our attitudes towards people living with mental health conditions. And I have to say this, the goals were defined by my reasoning that we need to understand where we go wrong in order to know why we're wrong in the first place and to improve our current attitudes and policies. So this is what I have been trying to do. And we'll be focusing on the second set of theoretical reflections. So how to go about achieving the goal that I have mentioned? What can we really do? By exploring these factors within the context of, first of all, European and Bulgarian culture, and second of all, Bulgarian policies concerning mental health and psychiatric medicine and integration of the differently abled within education, the workforce, and society more broadly construed. Just a quick note to let you know that when referring to normative factors, I typically mean value judgments, which is a term from moral philosophy, referring to implicit or explicit values which may concern persons or behaviors, but they're always, a crucial part of normative thinking. In other words, thinking about right or wrong and things like that. So now that we have got that out of the way, let us just unpack the normative factors which shape our attitude toward mentally ill people within European and Bulgarian culture. Let us begin with a brief sort of cultural history of perceptions and the history of our moral perceptions. In a book that later became one of the most remarkable works in contemporary Western philosophy of medicine, Rachel Cooper has warned us that the main social and conceptual obstacle to understanding the category of mental illness is our tendency to conflate it with the category of moral vices. And this tendency is evidenced by the fact that for centuries, Western societies, almost without exception, have treated madness as a shameful condition, detrimental to those affected as well as to others. With each passing day, we're moving further away from antiquity when the ancient Greeks isolated or kept the mentally ill locked up. But the stigma on mental disorders remains, unfortunately. And the course of history only introduces additional layers of negative associations with these conditions. So in the Middle Ages, which were headed by Christianity, the Christian doctrine, there was the notion about madness as demonic possession, but also the concept of sinful madness and disease as a punishment from God, prayer as salvation, and so on. In the Age of Enlightenment, Enlightenment kept its distance from religious interpretations, but idealized the rational human mind as the ultimate judge of good and evil, beneficial and harmful, right and wrong, and other categories like that. So this position is very deeply entrenched in the cultural heritage of the European West. The Enlightenment cult of human rationality gives the mind a halo of virtue that guides the actions of the intellectually and morally complete person. And in the context of this fixation, so to speak, on the rational and logical, deviations are perceived not only as mental defects, but also as signs of a lack of will occasionally, which is why almost a century later, they aroused strong public and scientific interest in Victorian England, which was obsessed with the ideal of moral purity, where the practice of hospitalizing the mentally ill in specialized institutions was actually born, the way we know it today. And, in the history of medicine, and in particular that of psychiatric hospitals in England, there are many detailed documented cases of imprisonment and the so-called moral therapy, consisting of therapeutic community service, spiritual education, discipline, and receiving an education that counteracts the propensity for irrational behavior, which is what was called back then. And even at the very end of the 19th century, morality, through either its absence or its apparent perversions, continued to dominate a surprisingly large number of theories about the etiology of madness. Okay, I'm using quotation marks when I'm saying madness, obviously. So, for example, before the link between paresis and congenital syphilis was scientifically proven, psychiatrists actually attributed the impairment of volitional movements to immoral behavior and greed, unscrupulousness, stimulant abuse, lack of hygiene, and all the vices. Also, I have to say that any undesirable female behaviors, including voracious reading or going out for walks alone, were considered a form of madness and were subsequently both scrutinized and regarded as a manifestation of moral decay caused by ineffectively controlled female sexuality. And the attitude described above is essentially an attempt to control, an attempt to disempower or to isolate socially inconvenient categories of people and socially inconvenient behaviors. And for many years, hospitals that were expected to care for the mentally ill actually had disciplinary rather than therapeutic functions. And Michel Foucault and later the English historian Roy Porter point out that until almost the end of the 19th century, these institutions were entrusted with the re-education or punishment of people whose transgressions before society consisted of unconventional moral choices or lifestyles. Those included but were not limited to prostitutes, criminals, beggars, priests who had renounced their faith, orphans, promiscuous women, mothers of illegitimate children, as well as the poorest members of society living in complete misery and contrary to key bourgeois values such as work and family. And now, we might be very tempted to ignore or downplay this reality. We might want to ask, so what? Is all of this really that bad? And also, how does that concern us? In Bulgaria, is Bulgarian society not known for its tolerance? And surely Bulgarians face fewer problems when it comes to discrimination and stigma and so on. I think that although somewhat softened over time, the attitude towards the mad person as a threat to society and its order of existence may be observed to this day. In Bulgaria, the term insane continues to be used in very vicious personal attacks aimed at lowering the reputation or destroying the self-esteem of one's opponent, to question his competence or to, discredit him. And I think that very few people outside of the communities of medical or legal professionals realize that mentally ill people, in addition to being potential perpetrators of crimes, may also be victims of them. And that their condition can actually lead to various forms of abuse. The right of the mentally ill to be treated humanely, in other words, not to be humiliated, not to be tortured, is officially recognized. And also, with the exception of scenarios described by the current laws and international standards, compulsory psychiatric care is now regarded as a last resort to be applied only in a very strictly established manner envisaged by Article 61 of the Health Act. But nevertheless, Bulgarian medical institutions have been found to systemically violate the right to humane treatment, as demonstrated by recent observations carried out by the then president of the European Psychiatric Association, Professor Silvana Galderiti. The inspections revealed a lack of personal space, a lack of the adequate conditions deemed necessary for a dignified life, including the pursuit of any entertainment or any type of intellectual or educational activity at all. However, the focus of the 2001 program for the mental health of the citizens of the Republic of Bulgaria continues to focus on the right of access to psychiatric care rather than assistance in the integration and socialization or resocialization of the affected. Bulgaria has been convicted more than once in Strasbourg for violating the rights of people living with mental illness. This has happened for the first time on January 17, 2012, with the Stanev versus Bulgaria case, and then 3 years later, on March 17th, 2015, during the Stefan Stankov versus Bulgaria lawsuit. In both instances, the persons affected were able to win the lawsuit. And the stories of the two men are very similar. Each of them was placed under guardianship and institutionalized against his will. Each of them was denied access to the regional prosecutor's office and the regional court when he sought the means to restore his legal capacity. And even more worrying is that in addition to the violations committed by the responsible authorities, the European Court of Human Rights notes that there's a number of very serious shortcomings in Bulgarian legislation. So, for example, there are no secure and efficient procedures to contest the lawfulness of one's detainment or to seek reinstatement of one's legal capacity. And there's also no mechanism in place for a periodic automatic verification of whether the reasons for imposing guardianship are still valid. I would also like to add that Bulgarian civil law treats many types of mental illness as barriers to marriage, such as not only dementia and mental retardation, but also schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and chronic alcoholism. The stigma in this context is very tangible, I would say, and characterized by a very dangerous, in my opinion, proximity to the positions of eugenics. In a country still guided by traditional patriarchal morality, marriage is an essential, socially and emotionally significant starting point in the process of starting a family. Therefore, declaring the presence of a mental disorder as grounds for marital unfitness, brachna negodnost in Bulgarian, sends a very clear message that the affected are not a valid choice for a partner with whom one may wish to raise biological offspring, and the characteristics and traits ought not to be passed down. In this sense, the institutionalized rejection of the mentally ill as potential spouses is not just a personal problem for those affected, but it's also a very bold quasi-eugenic attempt to cleanse, so to speak, society of those considered to be somehow unfit. And in its current form, the law is a very clear example of discrimination, as it unfairly and completely unjustifiably stigmatizes serious, lasting forms of intimate engagement with any person living with mental illness. So what is happening? Why are we not more actively fighting the stigma? What is going on here? Well, there are several reasons. The reason why this attitude is problematized relatively infrequently is that there already exists a high degree of receptivity to it, cultivated by the environment itself. Additionally, the collective image of the people living with mental illness in our country is burdened, I would say, with moral stigma due to the long-standing practice of Bulgarian law to classify certain unwanted behaviors as moral insanity, in Bulgarian moralna ludost, and to sanction them approximately the same level on the same principle approximately as antisocial acts, basically. So the historical period between the late 19th century and the beginning of World War II caught Bulgarian public life in the midst of this trend. And you can read more about this in the work of my colleague and friend, Gergana Mircheva, who is presenting right after me. And I think many of you would actually find that very interesting. Right, so what do philosophers think of all this? What do they have to say for all of this? As a social and political concept, the alienation that I have described in the previous few sections of this paper can be easily philosophically countered on at least two moral theoretical lines: utilitarianism and Kantianism. Traditionally, the arguments against coexistence and joint activity with the differently abled, and in particular, the mentally ill, are centered either around the presumption of inefficiency or around the presumption of potential danger. this position only exacerbates the problem by introducing additional layers, such as discrimination and a lack of incentive to change the system. Instead of proposing solutions, institutions and those in charge shift the locus of control over to those whose very capacity for judgment they have already denied, which is both paradoxical and counterproductive. The counterproductivity of this attitude is embodied by the social phenomenon of intergenerationally persisting forms of mental illness. It is much more likely for people raised by families who have battled with serious mental illness that was never adequately addressed. So, for example, they never received timely or quality treatment, or they were never integrated into the workforce to the best of their ability. So it's much more likely for such people to be locked in a kind of vicious circle, unable to escape the fate, so to speak, of their parents. It is therefore in the public's general interest to ensure the prevention of such risk factors, as well as to provide the affected with assistance in finding a way out. This is the utilitarian argument against the alienation of people living with mental illness. The reasoning presented can be complemented by an appeal to empathy, insofar as mental health is something very fragile and very unpredictable that can easily go wrong for any of us, essentially. And it is particularly devastating for one's self-awareness and for one's future development when one receives a very hasty diagnosis made in childhood or adolescence, which permanently destroys the young person's chances of socializing successfully in adulthood. So given the fact that many mental illnesses actually leave mostly intact or advanced capacity to reflect, by that I mean to analyze abstract categories or to theorize about patterns and causal connections in the surrounding world by thinking about them consistently, clearly, and logically, it would probably be even more beneficial to weave a Kantian line of thinking alongside the above argument. So what we know for a fact is that Kant's deontological ethics is characterized by a certain humanistic pathos, which finds its full expression in the formulations of the categorical imperative, postulating humanity as the ultimate goal of all action and a universal a priori value. And although Russell has argued that Kant's philosophy is
3 minutes for conclusion. We are running out of time.
right. I'll be on time. Thank you. So although Russell argues that Kant's philosophy is incompatible with the notion that there may be variations in cognitive structures and faculties, Kant actually devoted a surprising amount of time on reflecting on the nature of mental disorders. And he does not really consider any of these types of mental disorders to be serious obstacles to the systemic nature of thinking, but only to thinking's objectivity. And even then, to him, they can only be considered disease states to the extent in which they negatively affect the decision-making process. But he points out that, on the other hand, such an influence can also be exerted by factors external to reason. For instance, the cultural characteristics of a community, which can lead to, and I'm quoting, a mania for honor, domination, and possession. Those are Kant's words, not mine. And a similar effect can also be achieved by succumbing to the otherwise natural inclinations to freedom and sex, for example, to the point where one's ability to think becomes obscured. But Kant used to think that all of these conditions are very common among mankind. So, conclusion, the normalization of negative attitudes toward people with mental illness creates the dangerous notion that non-acceptance is a necessary security measure of an established standard of communication, or, the elimination of elements deemed unnecessary or somehow harmful to society. This is a very, very extreme position from which no one can benefit, and which is also very, undermining to the dignity of the affected and denies their absolute value as humans. There is a persistent prejudice that they are not reliable employees, family members, and partners compared to people without medical conditions. However, this prejudice is most common in groups and societies that value people according to the measurable outputs which can be derived from them. And such an attitude goes against Kant's moral philosophy, according to which people should be treated not as means to certain ends, but also as ends in themselves. And I will conclude with Kant's words: act so as to use humanity both in your own face and in the face of everyone else, always as an end, never just as a means. And that has been from me. Thanks very much for your patience, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Alexandra. I would propose to start with Gergana Mircheva, then with the next presentation, and then we will have a short discussion for the first three presentations.
Thank you. The topic of my paper is Contested Normalities, Parental Strategies to Autism in Bulgaria. This paper addresses some ethical issues that are evident in parental images of children with autism, drawn from semi-structured interviews and focus groups conducted with 26 parents, mothers, 2 fathers, and 1 adoptive grandfather of a child with autism spectrum disorder, shortly ASD. A big part of these interviews were conducted under project financed by the Bulgarian National Science Fund, which was entitled Generational Patterns of Coping with Life Crisis, Biographical, Social, and Institutional Disorders. The object of my research includes the varying normative models of dealing with the condition of autistic children in Bulgaria. Examples of such normative models are the conventions of normality themselves, which have a restrictive nature and whose contents are determined by particular psychiatric, therapeutic, and more general socio-cultural scripts. The main goal of the study is to provide answers to the questions: to what extent, why, and how parents adopt, modify, confront, or combine such scripts. Parental care is examined in the context of ethically relevant concepts such as neurodiversity, disability, stigmatization, and ultimately good life. The methodology of the study is based on sociological research methods and concepts from the field of bioethics and ethics of care, critical disability studies, and social studies of autism. The hypothesis of this paper is that parental accounts represent ambivalent images of their children. They're both negative and positive, and they evolve and intertwine over time. Parent strategies towards their children have a potential, in my opinion, for fruitful combinations between the biomedical model of autism as a deficit and the social constructivist concepts of autism as neurodiversity. Parents strive towards medical and social normalization of their children, but also respect their difference, thus attaching ethical value to it. Although they treat their children as very dependent and vulnerable at the biosocial level, they are also inclined to perceive them as worthy personalities and strive to turn them into future autonomous subjects. The interdependency between caregivers and care recipients also underlies stigma by association, and generally the establishment of a deep bond that changes and expands the existential and ethical horizon of those involved in care. Whereas in the 1960s, autism was regarded as a very rare condition, recent statistics show that its prevalence is increasing at an alarming rate around the world. Yet even today, approximately 80 years after the psychiatrists Leo Kanner and Hans Asperger introduced the term autism to designate a new nosological entity, The causes for this explosion, as well as the definitions, etiology, and therapies of ASD still remain controversial. Coping with the, here I quote, all the names of respondents are anonymized. Coping with this terrible psychotrauma, as Teodorina calls it, such as the appearance and labeling of the disorder, involves going through the stages of denial and grief, according to many of the respondents. They describe their feelings and identity crisis and psychological terms. Although rarely, descriptions of negative emotions associated with denial, with the dramatic adjustment to the new realities, were missing in some parental accounts. Acceptance of the child's diagnosis involves a series of challenges, which many respondents summed up with military metaphors. Merciless battle, war every day, not just for coping with the promises and limitations of the medical model of autism spectrum disorder, but also with the stigmas and disorders of the social system. Assuming the parental role entails also assuming the stigmas which spread from the disabled child to the individuals with whom he or she is in a close social relationship. As Goffman notes, the problems faced by stigmatized persons and their loved ones spread out in waves, but of diminishing intensity. Winnie Mack and Rebecca Chong use the term affiliate stigma to refer to the extent of self-stigmatization among associates of the targeted minorities. Stanislav, a father of an autistic child, said one of the reasons why he moved to the UK with his family is precisely the stigma of people with disabilities in Bulgaria. Yanislava, who moved to the Netherlands 10 years ago, was adamant that people with autism are not stigmatized there and went on to add, "I'm very happy that I'm not in Bulgaria." These accounts reveal some of the local specificities of the autistic cultures. This is a term by Paul Silverman. In Bulgaria, the UK, and the Netherlands, each one of which includes different normative horizons of perception and treatment of ASD and people with ASD. Coping with the crisis and accepting life with autism is a process that occurred in different ways for the respondents, and in some ways, it was still ongoing. A large part of the debates around autism can provisionally be grouped under the heading of the opposition between the medical and the social model of disability. This opposition is key to contemporary disability studies. It can be thought of as a conceptual basis of the opposition between autism as a disorder and autism as a form of difference and identity. In the 90s, Judy Singer coined the term neurodiversity to represent ASD as a form of natural and even positive variations in neurocognitive functioning that should be celebrated, not treated as a disorder. The main critique against the neurodiversity paradigm is that it expresses the interests and needs only of the so-called high-functioning autistics and not of the low-functioning ones, as well as that it ignores the suffering described by some autistics themselves. A number of scholars, however, have taken more flexible, combined approaches that I share here and that subvert the hard and fast oppositions between the biodeterministic and the social constructivist concepts, between the need for therapy and respect for difference, while bearing in mind the mixing of normative models at the everyday level, including in parental care. All interviewed parents think that children with autism need therapy, depending on their condition. And at the same time, the majority view the different children and their specificities as precious. For many parents, normality is absent not only in terms of a medical deficiency, but also in terms of shattered notions and expectations of a normal and ordinary, but nonetheless good human life. That is not having close friends or family, for example. That's what normality is, according to parents. The majority of parents gravitated, so to say, towards the socially acceptable scenarios of normality. But at the same time, many of them were inclined to view difference in a positive light. Most life stories were not confined to the disabled children's limitations. On the contrary, they expressed their abilities. It is obvious that for them, being normal is relative, insofar as everyone, whether normal or not, has both abilities and inabilities. In this way, the norm or abnormality This opposition is called into question and its repressive function is suppressed. Rejection of the concept of normality in favor of that of difference as uniqueness is found mostly among parents of children with ASD and much less so among parents of children with other intellectual disabilities. In my opinion, this may be due to the absence of intellectual deficiency in part of the autism spectrum disorders, which makes it easier to break away from the gravity of the norm and the effort to catch up with it at any cost. Although there were mothers like Krasimira who declared, I quote, "I go mad when I hear of healing," some parents obviously hoped for a miraculous cure and complete normalization of their child. Many of the interviewed parents said that they had tried out different, medically validated and alternative therapies for their child. However, Miroslava, whose 7-year-old son had Asperger's syndrome, said that she definitely doesn't want him to lose everything that he is in order to become a normal child. Radust was also of the opinion that synergy is possible between the conventions and standards allowing integration into society and the precious individual difference. Feminist philosopher Eva Kitty cites Sarah Ruddick in order to outline the fundamental element of maternal care, that is preservative love, fostering growth, and training for social acceptance. When caring for a severely disabled child, Kitty argues, they may have to be accompanied by a lifelong commitment to day-to-day physical care for the child. The process of socialization occurs in two stages.
3 minutes for.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
First, I refuse to accept that my child isn't normal. That's because what they do is normal for them. Thus, normality is redefined according to the child's individuality. Besides this, however, I must see my child the way others see him, so that I can mediate between others and my child. That is, so that I can negotiate my child's acceptability. In this sense, socialization is a two-way process. Socialization of the child to the world, but also of the world to the child, which requires socialization of self so as to accept the child and establish some own normality. To sum up, we interviewed Bulgarian parents. Parents' images of children with ASD are open to normative as well as to alternative discourses of living with disability. And in this sense, they are hybrids of the different layers that are made of, they are made of. And I'll have to skip a part of this rather long presentation. The interviews conducted to date allow us to propose a tentative definition of the ethical boundaries of parental care. The latter is legitimate as long as it does not jeopardize the feeling of happiness and the relative autonomy of the child as a person. This care, however, does not passively accept either the child's condition insofar as it causes them suffering and social isolation, or the disqualifying mechanism and consequences of social medical normality. It strives towards socialization and development of the emotional life of the child with autism without succumbing to the power of the norm with capital N. The negative images of the limitations, sufferings, and burden of dependency identified in my study intertwine with positive images that lend meaning to life with disability. Many of the parents have learned to perceive their child not as a punishment, but as a gift that belongs to other modes of human being beyond the power of reason and its instrumentality. All parents intertwined in this study, interviewed in this study, think that interaction with their child leads to mutual personal growth, which transcends the physical aspects of care and subverts the medico-social constructs of abnormality. Parental love, beyond reciprocity, beyond expectations and promises of happiness, parental love overcomes the nature of the disability and gives us an insight into ultimate meanings of the human condition. Thank you very much for your patience and time.
Thank you. And the next one is a group of a lot of people. So I would ask the presenter to turn on the presentation on the screen and to turn on the camera to communicating with mentally ill patients, medical, ethical, and legal regulations. Maybe Ina Ivanova was here before that.
Hello, Dr. Ohridski is also here, our presenter. I hope you are hearing us okay.
Yes, it's okay. Can you turn on the camera?
Just a second. Sorry.
Hello.
I need a couple of seconds. Do you see it now?
Yes. Can you turn on the slideshow?
Sorry, technical issues.
Okay, thank you.
The presentation is about communicating with mental ill patients, the medical and ethical and legal aspects of the topics. The priority role in the ethical relations is associated to morality. The emphasis on the moral element sets is a bridge between the medical profession and the legal regulation. The imperative of state correction of the medical participation, in particular the physicians, that you need to, is clearly gravitating to the ethical I must. They are highlighted on the basis of an analytical overview of the medical legal aspects of the research sources and regulations for compulsory treatment and corrective interventions against the persons with mental disorders. Some guidelines for achieving better comfort and providing quality and modern medical assistance in pediatrics establishments. The requirement is that no one can be subjected to forced treatment outside the cases provided for by the law. Clinical restrictions within compulsory and corrective treatment of socially ill patients are not fixed and commented. Medical legal approaches to socially disturbed persons with physical disorders are presented as follows, divided into groups in case of sanity and in case of insanity. In the first case, they are with the aim of preservance and propose mandatory accommodation at the station. And the second is forced accommodation. Therefore, under the Health Act, mandatory placements and treatment has a preventative purpose, and it's enforced against a person before committing a crime, while the CCP enforced medical treatment applied to a person who has already committed a crime. For the healthcare system, specifically for the physicians, and interface with a forced nature is associated with the danger of exceeding the limits of its legal regulations, which are in order to motivate the application of administrative corrective preventative nature, the danger that should be obvious, real and concrete rather than abstract and supposed, immediate, significant, to the
threaten with severe consequences. In practice, mentally ill patients who threaten other people injure themselves really often. Dutiful control of the forced medical measures for mentally ill patients is a guarantee against arbitrariness and subjectivism, but all above, humanity also requires the health administration to create administrative regulations to respect patients' rights in the process of medical care. With the scope of physiatric health, legal interventions is mainly confined to shortening the length of hospitalization and control the freedom of choice of the patients. The physician's assessment of the medical standard is significantly facilitated, and a risk of assessment is to be carried out on a patient who is being compulsory treated, because the patient has been antisocial and his only prospect is placement of treatment when not subject to any other sanction. The working therapeutical illness between a doctor, physiologist, and patient occupies priority function, which are establishing the necessity of interpersonal contact between the physician and the patient is a key point for the diagnosis, the initiation of the treatment process marked by creativity, seeking character. The relationship built on a specific sense of trust includes the components of the right to self-determination of the patient and professional duty of the physician for medical care. The principles of individualization when the patient is informed about disease and therapy is particular importance here. The impulse for the psychohygienic approach of the patient is imbued in the duty of the physiatrist, as well other patients. And in the case of physician patients, it is required, besides information of the disease, research into treatment and associated risks and dangers, as well as most patients, their consent. Moreover, even in forcibly detained patients, corrective treatment is often feasible. A defending ethical principle in physiatric activities is the respect for self-determination and autonomy of the patient, and all actions are aimed at the parent's health well-being. The criteria for valid informed consent are guiding, no coercion, and informed patients, competent patient. Minimal standards of self-determination have been identified. Understanding the received information, recognizing a particular situation, and assessing its consequences. Decision-making, absolute ability, and its expression. When determining physiatric research of severely ill, temporarily or permanently deprived of ability of self-identify, the medicians and physiatry find themselves in a difficult moral and ethical dilemma. The doctor is in tension-filled area, respective for the wishes for the patients, but also for his health welfare. And on the other hand, the duty of responsibility to the need for help other self-defining person is his family, in his family, as well as the interest of institutions and society as whole. Emphasis is also placed of the validity of informed consent and the position of dissent. The refusal of corresponding examination of therapy, even when his refusal has negative consequences for their health condition in accordance with the law. In order to be considered an optimal approach to a mentally ill in obtaining informed consent, it is necessary to use the so-called subjective standards of the patient. So, what is this patient needs and understanding in order to make sense of his informed decision. Forced medical treatment should be only carried out at the time when all means is communication in forcibly detained patient has failed. Such forced treatment can last exceptionally for several days. Unfortunately, sometimes it takes more time for the patient to become aware of this need. The following questions are arised, such as, is such kind of treatment beneficial for the patient, and is it really necessary at all cost? Does such corrective treatment not exacerbate the doctor-patient relationship? Although patients care should be about a priority for any treatment for a doctor's point of view. On the other hand, the patient's wishes should always be respected when he or she can understand the importance of the treatment. So they should recognize the effects and the complications of the treatment. Hence, the bipolar nature of the doctor's responsibility and the autonomy of the individual patients is confirmed here. A number of authors continue to believe that one of the most effective therapies in physiatry is electrosocial therapy, now called electroconvulsive therapy. Physiatrists claim that a positive effect is achieved in the treatment of depression due to unknown biological abnormalities in the brain or dysfunctions in the immune response by provoking mental disorders and memory loss. In some sources, the method is defined with inquisition, often caused severe brain damages and blasting bones during the shock, and seizures accompanied by convulsions. At the same time, many patients are tortured months and years of severe depression, which with suicidal impulses, and antidepressant medical therapy rarely leads to improvement. Some cases have been described in which antidepressants, anti-shock therapy has a good and rapid effect. Many patients refuse this type of treatment due to the intense suffering, sometimes ending with suicide. Few patients who are treated with this methods are subjected to brief narcosis and muscle relaxation in the presence of an anesthesiologist. Subjective patient experience. Subjective patient experience subjected to forced interventions such as physical resistance, fixation, and isolation have a strong stressful character. Suffering is more pronounced than the forced use of medication. At the same time, it is noted that the use of psychopharmaceutical against the will of the patient and hospitalization is a psychiatric institution should be explicitly ignored. Corrective measures are investigated only if they are realized as the last possible remedy for the purpose of the treatment, provide the necessary effect, are not associated with complications that outweigh the benefits of the treatment. It is uncompromisingly highlighted that the use of corrective interventions, medical fixation and isolation, as well as the appointment use of neuroleptics should be severely limited and structurally required strict health legislative regulation. The criticism before corrective measures. The criticism of corrective measures generally contradicts to those effects cannot resist.
2-3 minutes for conclusion. Sorry for
Okay. The thing, for the reason corrective interventions are not suggested, and it is also discussed the corrective of taking psychopharmaceutical and emergency situation with police intervention as instructions by the legal guardian counselor. The criticism is on point, mentioned by other authors. So we can follow the summaries to be made in the practical and applied plan. The points of references of jurisprudence is that all adults are empowered to be mentally competent and legally competent to express in discussion of conduct treatment unless otherwise defined by the court of reviewing tribunal. The role of law of the ethical evolution discussion is psychiatry, and it's particular in the identification of ethical issues related to autonomy, well-being, harm, discussion making by the patients, and emphasizing the bipolar nature of a doctor's professional duty to ensure the good of the patient and the respect for his will and his rights. An initiative of the administration of the healthcare facility to provide a legal course of the patient, introducing the additional text of the Health Act connecting to the limitation of the rights of the patients with psychiatric disorders is in a couple areas mentioned below, like protecting the patients from public and upgrading of the legal guardians for the involuntary hospitalization in pediatric establishments, legalizing additional options. The hospitalization of the mentally treated patients is the presence of necessary indications to be transformed for the psychiatric to the general hospitals, restriction of on person with psychiatric disorders to the general health care system. Conclusion: it is suggested that the process of optimization of healthcare requires to both rethinking of ethical deontological principles and the examination of existing legal provisions. Is the introduction to standards that ensure the observance of the both administrative and moral ethical principles and rules. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Ina. I'm sorry to say that, but we are again running out of time. So
I was really nervous.
Leave any time for discussions because there's no way to stick to the schedule. So I will propose to start with Bulgarian legislation for the protection of workers with mental health problems, with Elka Toseva and Stanislava.
At the moment I share my screen. Can you see the
presentation. Can you see my screen? Yes. Dear participants, dear moderator, I would like to present our topic, Bulgarian legislation for the protection of workers with mental health problems by me, Elka Tosieva, and my co-author, Stanislava Harizanova from Department of Hygiene, Faculty of Public Health, and in Medical University of Plovdiv, Bulgaria. Mental health has a complex character, including biological and psychosocial determinants at the individual and population levels. According to the definition of World Health Organization, this is maybe boring for you to remember this definition. Mental health is a state of well-being in which an individual realizes his or her own abilities, can cope with normal stresses of life, can work productively, and is able to make contribution to his or her community. For most people, employment as a source of income is a component of quality of life. The relationship between mental health, employment, and unemployment is complex. Good mental health is a key of employability, finding a job and remaining in that job. Unemployment leads to stress, which ultimately has long-term negative consequences, including effects of mental health, with manifested, for example, of depression, anxiety, and lower self-esteem. On the other side, underestimated and unresolved problems in the working environment and work organization, such as inadequate health and safety policies, poor communication and management practices, limited participation in decision-making, low control over the work performed, low levels of support for employees, impossibility of flexible working hours, unclearly defined tasks can worsen the mental health of workers, and after their ability to work and employment is a wide range. For example, started from increasing absenteeism due to temporary incapacity for work, permanently reduce working capacity, early retirement, and to leaving the labor market finally. Workers suffering from mental health problems are more vulnerable to discrimination in the workplace than workers who are healthy or have other chronic illness. The opportunities for social realization are scarce due to stigma and prejudices in Bulgarian society regarding to suffering from mental illness, as well as many limitations associated with work organization, work environmental factors. Both last, this actually they are part of prevention of these mental health diseases. What are the consequences of poor mental health for the economy? This is good and important question. We divide these losses in three. They are actually total productivity losses, direct cost, indirect cost, and healthcare cost for mental health problems. But for us, this is important possibility, the benefits of employment for people with depression or other mental illness. They depend from adequate treatment of workers with mental illness, and they can lead to the result of lower overall medical costs, increased productivity, less absenteeism, and reduced cost of incapacity benefits. Just a moment, I have problem with my mouse. And data unemployment rates for people with mental health problems are limited in most countries. In many instances, the breakdown of employment statistic by health status is simply not available. These data are available often comes from research studies. The information from the analysis of the health status of the employees are prepared by the occupational health services in Bulgarian, and this information is collected annually in the regional health inspectorates in Bulgaria, but it is not summarized and used for the medical purpose in the regional and national level. Some of these problems, including legislation, have been reported in this mental health atlas by World Health Organization. Last update of this atlas is from 2021. Actually, this organization publishes a mental health atlas every 3 years. You can see in this slide information about legislation in member states of World Health Organization. Around 80% of them reported the existence of standard law and or integrated law for mental health. Part of this 80%, actually 38% of these member states reported that their laws were fully compliant with human rights instruments, and 46% of them state that their laws were in the process of implementation. In World Health Organization divide world in 6 regions. Actually, one of them, this is the European region, had the highest percentage of mental health legislation that was in the process of implementation and fully compliant with human rights instruments. In opposite, the African region had the lowest percentage. They are only 11% of this implementation, unfortunately. The aim of this study was to analyze Bulgarian legislation related to the protection of workers with mental health problems and mental illness. And in this way, our materials and methodology are to use and to discuss legislation in Bulgaria. And we studied in the electronic database State Cassette and lex.dg. This is actually the Bulgarian legal portal about the legal status of workers with mental health problems and mental illness until March 2025. And their result. We divide results in two. The first part, this is special protection and the compensatory mechanism in the Bulgarian legislation. And the second, this is problems and limitation in our legislation. The first one, this is the basic role, this is constitution. This constitution guarantees the right to work. The state creates conditions for the implementation of the rights to work, social security and social assistance of persons with physical and mental disabilities. After that, next, this is the Health Act, Chapter 5. This regulates the occupational therapy of persons with mental disorders, but basic for us, this is the Labor Code. This code regulates the relationship between worker and employer. This includes protection from employment discrimination, including based on the presence of mental or physical disabilities, as well as difference in the term of contracts and the duration of working hours. And Chapter 15 includes the protection of a person with reduced working capacity and covers the right to employment, remuneration, and relative prohibition of dismissal. Again, according to the labor code, an employer with 50 and over 50 employees is obligated to determine jobs suitable for employment of persons with reduced working capacity every year, calculated as a percentage of the total number of employees and depending on the main economic activity of the enterprise. We know one different law. This is law on people with disabilities, and this law provides for employers to employ one person with permanent disabilities in companies with 50 to 99 employees. In enterprises with 100 and over employees, this quota is 2% of average number of employees. This is important for our employer. The hired workers should not be duplicated and reported as occupying position at the same time under both laws. According to the Employment Promotion Act and the Social Services Act, people with disabilities who are job seekers have the right to use the free mediation services provided by employment mediators. According to the Health and Safety at Work Act, the employer is obligated to take into account the specific dangers for workers in need of special protection, including those with limited working capacity, as well as to provide appropriate facilities in their workplaces. And according to the law on the enterprises of the social and solidarity economy, we divide these social enterprises into groups, two classes actually. They are A and A+. And this is information in 2022. There are 202 specialized enterprises for people with disabilities registered in Bulgaria. Some of these specialized enterprises are specialized of work with people with mental illness or mental problems. About compensatory mechanism in case of temporarily reduced working capacity, cash benefits are granted and paid by the National Social Security Institute in the amount of 80% of the average daily insurance income on which Social Security contributors have been paid of the Code of Social Insurance. Employees with 50 and over 50% reduced working capacity are entitled to inactivity pension, invalidity pension actually, for the period of the issue expert decision. This is actually a medical document, and the right to additional paid annual leave of 6 working days have workers and employees with 50 and again over 50% permanently reduced working capacity, according again of the labor code. About legislative problem and limitation, Bulgaria ratified the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities in 2012, and Article 27 of this document recognized the right to work of all persons with disabilities, including psychosocial disabilities, equality with all others, prohibition of discrimination, and providing assistance for gaining work experience of the free labor market. And this document rejects the mechanism for limiting the legal capacity of people with mental disabilities or additions by placing them under guardianships. In this regard, the draft law of individuals and support measures was submitted in 2016 to correct these contradictions. Unfortunately for the present, this law hasn't been adopted in Bulgarian. There are numerous of legal restrictions of the exclusion of a person with mental illness placed under guardianship. They cannot work in certain positions such as professions of lawyer, notary, civil servant, pedagogical specialist, foresters, drivers of motor vehicles, etc. There are so many such as jobs. And according to data from the National Program for Employment and Training of People with Disabilities by 2022, the share of people with mental and psychological disabilities registered as job seekers is about, in Bulgarian, 11%. Unfortunately, their change for employment are insignificant. In some cases, the rehabilitation process for people with mental disabilities requires the application of special methods and training programs for vocational training. Experience shows that these people can be successfully realized in professions in the field of agriculture, utilities, and other activities in rural education. And this is one of medical documents. This is ordinance number 3. According to this ordinance number 3 on the obligatory preliminary and periodic medical examination of workers, there are a number of medical contraindications for the performance of certain activities in the work environment by people with mental illness, even if they are not with reduced ability to work, unfortunately. But this is prevention, medical prevention. They are described in the list of medical contraindication for the employment in industries and professions with harmful conditions. For example, this is work with chemical substances such as lead and its inorganic compounds, mercury, manganese, carbon disulfide, pesticides, work at high atmospheric pressure, and diving works, oil production, intensive industrial noise, sources of ionizing radiation and intensive heat radiation, maintenance of pressure vessels, and so many others, such as professions, such as jobs, such as activities. In conclusion, a review of the documents shows that Bulgarian labor legislation partially regulates the protection of workers suffering from mental illness. There are numbers of compensatory mechanisms in the different direction, but workers with chronic mental health problems and mental illness are still in a relatively disadvantaged social position, unfortunately. And third, there is a pressing needs to synchronize our legislation during years regarding not existing terms, legal entities and activities. Thank you for your attention.
Desislava, can you switch the camera on?
Hello, yes, hear me well? Hello, do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm showing my presentation now. Initiate. Okay, I believe you see my presentation. Hello, my name is Sofia, and today I will present our research on the topic exhaustion and parental burnout in families with children with disabilities during the first COVID-19 wave in Bulgaria. Parenting a child with disabilities is an enormous responsibility, often exceeding that of a typical parental care. As caregivers, parents of children with disabilities are likely to experience an extra toll on mental, physical, and emotional health. The onset of COVID-19 pandemic led to a nationwide lockdown of educational therapeutic centers,
limited essential services, or social support for children with disabilities, resulting in an additional burden on parents. The aim of our study is to explore the impact of the first COVID-19 lockdown in Bulgaria on parental well-being. The study examined the mental health impacts of the coronavirus pandemic among parents with children under 18 years old living at home during the two study periods. The first one being in May 2020, where we had 87 respondents, and the second one being in July 2020, where we had 62 respondents. Data were collected using a cross-sectional online survey of parents whose children with disabilities are enrolled in regular service support in Varna, Bulgaria. The survey constructs included disability-related support and service, child development, and family quality of life. T-square tests, Spearman's correlation, and independent sample t-tests compared outcomes among parent subgroups and over time. Now we come to the results. All but one parent in the sample were women, married were 82.2%, and self-identified as ethnic Bulgarians were 94.3%. An income between 100 to 200 Bulgarian lev was reported by more than 60% of the participants. About 67.8% of the parents had a university degree and 23% had a higher education certificate. In the subsequent figure, just let me change the slide. In the subsequent figures, you can see the overall perception of parental feelings during the examined period. On figure 1, we can see that the respondents either don't, mildly or moderately identify with the lack of interest in the pandemic and its effects. On figure 2, we can see similar results. The participants either don't feel confused or are feeling mildly to moderately confused about the pandemic and its effects. On figure 3 is visible that most of the participants either don't or slightly to moderately identify with the feeling of lack of interest in their daily tasks and also routine activities. Figure 4 shows that the respondents identify slightly to moderately with the feeling of fear, with one person, you can see the dot here, that is feeling very strongly afraid. As a whole, parents reported significantly worsened mental health for the period between both surveys. They reported greater feeling of indifference, confusion, tiredness, and anxiety associated with the COVID-19 restrictions. Specifically, tiredness due to their caregiving role was more frequently reported by parents aged 46 to 55 years, whereas younger parents were more likely to report being confused and anxious about the pandemic and its effects. Additionally, just a second, yes. Additionally, more than 62% of the respondents shared that they had to organize every daily routine of their child without the support of any relative, friend, or service provider. Now we come to the conclusion. In conclusion, behavioral problems of children and psychological demands of parents were common factors predicting the mental health of all parents. Continued challenges of parents during the coronavirus pandemic suggest that the public efforts may have not adequately met the needs of the families of children with disabilities in Bulgaria. Continued challenges of parents during the coronavirus pandemic suggest that the public efforts may have not met the needs, and the active participation of parents in the rehabilitation of the children with disabilities requires extraordinary resilience. The lockdown resulted in considerable disruption to everyday routine, putting pressure on parents to create and maintain a daily structure. Therapeutic centers closure resulted in parents assuming the responsibility of providing their child's therapy, a role which many may have found challenging, unsupported, and ill-prepared to undertake. More social and family support may reduce parenting pressures. And I would like to thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Dezislava. I would propose to make a discussion in the end of this session. So the next presenter will be, I think, Anna Mikhailova.
Hello, everybody. Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Hello again. My name is Anna Mikhailova from Medical University of Plovdiv Medical College. And I will present.
Whole screen.
Is it okay?
Start slideshow. It's on the bottom of the screen.
Yes. Is it okay?
No. You should just share the full screen.
Let me try again.
Yes, it's okay. Thank you.
I would like to present our study from a research project, which is on the topic web-based platform for psychosocial support to students from Plovdiv Medical University during the COVID-19 pandemic. But actually, during the COVID-19, COVID-19 has a significant impact on the mental health and well-being of society as a whole. With the introduction of the state of emergency, physical distancing was necessary, in which the learning process passed into a remote electronic environment. The mental aspects of the consequences of the epidemic and the post-epidemic situation for the students are mainly related to disruption of social activities, the form of organization of education, travel, entertainment, and concern for personal and public health. Many educational institutions have had to take urgent measures to provide physiological and psychological assistance and support to their staff. The aim of our study is to present the opportunities for proactive mutual student assistance by creating a shared virtual space, actually web platform, which is called Stop COVID-19 Stress. The study presents some of the changes in the mental health of the students at the Medical University of Plovdiv due to the pandemic period. In the period of October-November in 2021 was organized literature research of scientific articles in open access databases with the keywords web platform, psycho-emotional support, coping strategies, student self-help, COVID-19. On the base of this, we made a direct anonymous online survey and it was conducted in February 2022 in students from Medical University of Plovdiv. 358 students participate, of which 170 Bulgarian students and 188 foreign students. They are students in medicine, dentistry, pharmacy, and healthcare specialists in a medical college. A questionnaire has been created and includes various aspects related to the possible lifestyle changes and post-traumatic distress due to the pandemic. The presented results are part of our study. The most significant changes in the life of the students after the announcement of COVID-19 pandemic, our respondents indicate limited social life, of course. Average 65% reduced activity and permanent immobility, and average 60% changes in the quality and duration of sleep, nutrition, limitation of travel, etc. Stay at home, prolonged work at a computer space. But the factor with the strongest negative impact on the psyche is the level of stress, which has increased to 62.35% for Bulgarian students and 46.5% of students report mental anxiety. The present study of the state of the mental of the students was examined using the post-traumatic distress index. The average results of the respondents are near 20% feeling tired and totally exhausted, 26% feeling anxious and have delayed reactions, 28% feeling helpless, average 18% have officially communicating, have a deficiency in communicating. These rates are low, but significantly more worrying are the changes in daily habits, as eating habits in 67.75% of both groups, students which are foreigner and Bulgarians, 46.42% they are feeling nervous and anxiety, and 39.32% feelings of irritability. These are the indicators of post-traumatic distress among the students. There is a need to create a web platform called Stop COVID-19 Threats, which will provide an opportunity for proactive student mutual assistance through shared virtual space. That will lead to forming a group of students trained to provide psychological and social support to students who are vulnerable to the consequences of the prolonged epidemic situation. Joining positive activities and alternative approaches to reduce the level of stress and distress among students through instant practical guidelines for prevention and self-control will help build personal stress resilience and develop adaptive abilities. Psychosocial well-being and the positive results obtained through activities, mutual assistance, and social inclusion lead to improved opportunities to achieve optimal healthy functioning, motivation for lifestyle changes, and promotion of good practices for tracking everyday challenges. In conclusion, during a pandemic, recognizing the symptoms of stress is a necessary condition given the negative impact of the COVID crisis on the mental and health status of students in order to seek and implement effective approaches and strategies for positive outcomes. A key contribution is to improve the skills and tolerance of the inclusive student community through a web-based platform for active virtual assistance of students with functional capabilities for telepsychological assistance, strategies for responsible coping with various situations during the pandemic related to anxiety, depression, difficulties in training and communication. Efforts are aimed at building a student community by consolidating leisure time as a positive for well-being, strengthening mental health to prevent the psychological and psychoeconomic consequences of the pandemic on students' life. This is just a part of a research project which is supported by Association of Francophonic Universities, and the name of the project is Study and Assessment of Stress-Induced Condition of Prediabetes Metabolic Syndrome and Psychological Distress in Students in a Continuing Pandemic Situation, COVID-19, and Risk Prevention by creating a web-based platform Stop COVID-19 Stress. Actually, this is a study which was based on questionnaire, and there is another studies which includes another service with laboratory and other assessments in participating students, and maybe in next month we can present the other results of our big research study. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you, Anna. I will give the floor to Anton Petrov, multidisciplinary assessment of children with psychiatric diagnosis in the Center of Community Support.
Hello, everyone. I don't have a presentation, only try to speak. I'm Anton Petrov, I'm a student of Sofia University, PhD at Sofia University, and I currently work in Center for Community Support. First, I want to apologize for my English. It's not very good, and sometimes I speak very fast. I want to introduce my little paper about assessment of children and young people with psychiatric diagnosis in Center for Community Support, especially multidisciplinary collaboration. The diverse needs of children in social care system of psychiatric diagnosis imply multidisciplinary approach in the preparation of their assessment, which justifies the importance, significance, and relevance of the study. The aim of the study is to explain a relationship between evaluation of children with psychiatric diagnosis of Center of Community Support and conceptual requirements for multidisciplinary. To achieve this goal, a documentary study, a case study, and semi-structured interview were conducted. The documentary study was selected to set out the main conceptual requirements for multidisciplinary assessment, which later become criteria for analysis. In the case study, the semi-structured interview aims to gather information about the methods of preparation of the assessment and the cooperation between the specialists who prepare it. 3 cases of children with psychiatric diagnosis, clients of Center for Community Support with duration of more than 3 months were selected for the study. Maybe I should say a few words what a Center for Community Support is. This is the social services that relies on community consultative principle. This is not residential services, which means that our clients do not live there. But often, center works with collaboration with residential services. In this center, we work with children or their parents or their caregivers, or all of this together. I chose to study assessment of children with psychiatric diagnosis because the work in the community support center is supposed to be the multidisciplinary. That means that different specialists should work together to create the assessment of every child. In previous study that I conduct, many difficulties were observed concerning the creation of assessment and the collaboration between the specialists from different disciplines. For example, psychiatric, psychological, social workers, and so on. The methods that I chose to use for this study were similar to the ones I used in my previous one. However, I made some changes related to the difficulties in the previous study and with the essentially connected with the topic of the children with psychiatric diagnosis. First documentary study was conducted. It aimed to study the evaluation of children with psychiatric diagnosis, and more precisely how the evaluation was made and if there was supposed to be some kind of collaboration. Various sources were studied, such as English, Scottish, and Irish papers. In all of the above, it was exposed that the psychiatric assessment of children should be done by different specialists who work together. We should specify that the psychiatric care in Bulgaria is a very poor condition. This is something that I observe in different papers, documents, and reports, including ones from European Council from the Prevention of Torture and Inhuman or degrading treatment or punishment, from National Strategy of Mental Health and publications, from Bulgarian and different from Bulgarian psychiatrics. I realized that in Bulgaria there are not enough medical specialists who works in the mental health system. That is why many children with psychiatric diagnosis are oriented towards social services and maybe towards community support center.
Something happened maybe with the internet of Anton.
Again, provides how important is to work in collaboration with different specialists.
Имаше проблем и прекъсна. Може би малко по-назад да върнете от което говорихте.
Окей, може би някъде около това, че but these why many children with psychiatric diagnosis are oriented towards social services, mainly towards community support center. As a result, more and more children with psychiatric diagnosis became clients of such centers. Those centers are not medical treatment centers; they are social ones, and this means there are no doctors who work there. And this again make collaboration important for with this type of children. I conduct documentary study. During this documentary study, I conduct the main aspect of multidisciplinary assessment approach, which are common understanding to the roles. If such understanding is missing, there are inconvenient explanation towards the other professionals from multidisciplinary team. The professionals is obligated to do things that are not their responsibility, and that makes it more difficult for them to do their jobs. Common respect of the professionals' ability and skills to each and everyone. That is common understanding that every specialist from team has different ability that is equal to the abilities of the others. Different Canadian study talks about this problem, especially when the team includes medical specialists. Numerous conferences were organized in order to discuss these issues in Canada. Community and communication and coordination. Those are the main conditions and result from multidisciplinary teamwork. The requirements of certain level of minimum communication and coordination is necessary in order to be able to reach multidisciplinary work. Supervision and long-term professional support. This is one of the main mechanisms for prevention and dealing with various difficulties emerging during the teamwork. In order to study these aspects, I chose the method of semi-structured interview. I created an interview that starts with open-ended questions in order to gain information about the experience and the process of collaboration between specialists who conduct the assessments. The interview ends with closed questions, such how many meetings have you had or will you have meetings, whose aim to gain concrete information about the collaboration. Three assessments of children with psychiatric diagnosis were analyzed for the purpose of the study. We also interviewed the specialists who conduct this assessment. Two of assessments of children were boys, one of a girl. The children were of age 12, 14, and 11. Their diagnosis, each child, were more than one. Attachment disorder, mental retardation, schizophrenic episode, and obsessive compulsive disorder. The participants of the team that create assessment were between 3 and 5 people. The organized meeting of team were between 1 and 2, while the non-formal sharing information was done more than 5 times between different participants of the team. From the aspects of the criteria of multidisciplinary work, it looks like there was some consolidation in the common understanding of the roles. However, when faced with more complicated cases, different specialists tend to take responsibility that they do not consider as theirs. In all other aspects of multidisciplinary work, common respect of the abilities and skills, communication and coordination, supervision and long-term professional support, severe difficulties were observed. I will briefly talk about some of the main difficulties. Great difference were observed when the professionals were from different ministries, ministers of education, of health, or social politics. Other main difficulties is in the
I'm sorry, again, we have a problem with
that problems from their professional point of view.
Again, your internet is weak and you should start maybe 30 seconds.
Okay.
One sentence.
I can hear you. I'm sorry.
Just one sentence before. It was short break, so.
I can hear you. I'm sorry. Maybe I have problem with internet. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm not in Bulgarian. Maybe this is no problem. I don't know.
We can hear you now.
And I can hear you now. Thank you. No. I will try without camera. Maybe it will be better.
Okay.
I can hear you. I'm sorry.
We are here. Just continue.
Okay, maybe I will say my conclusion, and I will finish because I can hear. I'm not sure do you hear me. My hypothesis that I conduct that is multidisciplinary approach in the work with children with psychiatric diagnosis in center community support center should lead to better understanding the problem and better reaction to it. However, I cannot deduce such observation because the psychiatric assessment in the Center of Community Support in Bulgaria, in these 3 cases, doesn't not cover the main criteria of multidisciplinary approach. And I can, and this is it. I'm sorry, I can hear you anything.
Okay, I will give the floor to Lavinia from Romania.
Hi, thank you. Let's see. I will open my presentation. Can you see the presentation? Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes, we can hear you. Okay. My name is Lavinia Duică. I am a psychiatrist. I am associate professor at Lucian Blaga University in Sibiu, Romania. This presentation points out what are the psychobiological interactions.
But just switch on the slideshow. Start the slideshow. It's on the bottom of the screen of your presentation.
I didn't see it. Oh. It's all right now?
F5.
Is it okay?
Share the full screen.
Is it okay now?
Stop sharing and then share again the full screen in full screen mode. Sorry. sharing from Zoom, then turn on the presentation and the slideshow, and then share the screen in Zoom. Okay, continue.
I can't go back.
Just start. That's enough.
Yes. Can I start?
Yes, you can start.
Okay. This presentation points out what are the psychobiological interactions at the level of some brain structures where stress and anxiety emerge. Consequently, we will see the relationships between these interactions and the existent modalities of stress management. Stress is a general notion that is a complex phenomenon. It comprises certain types of experiences as well as the body's responses to such experiences. Overall, we can say that it is real homeostatic regulation of the body. In fact, we will take into consideration the response to stress, meaning the perception of stress at the level of our body. The response to stress has three types of manifestations, like psychological, affective, we can see nervousness, tension, fear, helplessness, cognitive modification like increases alertness, attention, or memory problems associated with emotions. Biologically, we can find tachycardia, increased respiration, muscle contractures, and behaviorally, persons has different coping mechanisms, like emotion orientated or goal orientated or non-coping, that maladaptive coping. We can distinguish between the acute stress and the chronic stress. In the first figure, we can see two modalities of the reaction to stress. First of all, we will describe first of the one painted in blue. We are talking about the fight or flight response, in which there is an activation of the nervous sympathetic system, and at the level of the adrenal glands, it will secrete catecholamines like epinephrine and norepinephrine. If the stress factor is too prolonged or is too intense over 20 minutes, the stress response is consisting in the secretion of cortisol. Cortisol is a hormone that exerts some actions on the different metabolisms, and the consequence is the increasing of the amount of energy in our body. In the second figure, we will see that the stimulus activate amygdala or activate hypothalamus. In the case it activates amygdala, it will activate the sympathetic nervous system. In the case it will activate hypothalamus, this will go to the activation of the hypothalamo-hypophyso hypothalamo-pituitary adrenal gland that lead to the secretion of cortisol. But what meaning the fight or flight response? There are many actions, but the most important are fasting breathing, faster heart beating, the strengthened leg muscle, the stronger neck and shoulder and arm muscles, and there are some other reactions which are consequences of vasoconstrictions. This means that our body is ready to react to a danger. Amygdala is regulated by some brain structures like hippocampus and prefrontal cortex. That's meaning that amygdala trigger some behavioral responses through the activation of hypothalamo-pituitary adrenal axis, physical responses like what I said before, but we are talking about a feedback negative on the amygdala exerted by the hippocampus and the prefrontal cortex. Now, those responses of the prefrontal cortex mean coping mechanisms. Like I said before, coping mechanisms mean problem-focused coping, like problem solving. The individual is organized. He has an assertive communication, or he's finding an appropriate instrumental social support. In the case of emotion-focused coping, the individual goes to some relaxed activities or goes to relaxation activities, or she search to obtain emotional support. Amygdala is a sum of nuclei, the skull base. It is attached to hippocampus in the limbic system in the medial temporal lobe. What is interesting is the fact that there are two routes by which the stimulus exerts some activities on the brain structures. In what way? The stimulus activate the amygdala. This is the short route, or the long route consists in activating the prefrontal cortex. Here, at this level, there are some modulation of the stress response, and as a consequence, the individual is not so overreacted like he is in the case of activation of the short route. We will see an interesting situation, namely, in some situations, the amygdala become stronger, bigger. This phenomenon is named by some researchers amygdala hijacking. This is because chronic stress leads to an atrophy of the prefrontal cortex and lead to atrophy at hippocampus. In that way, the hippocampus and the prefrontal cortex didn't or can't suppress the hypothalamo-pituitary adrenal axis, and the stress become more intense. There is some words about the comparison regarding the action of amygdala and the cortex. While at the amygdala level, the brain perceives no danger, in the cortex, the brain perceives multiple emotions. The amygdala learns through experience, while the cortex learns on the basis of logic. The amygdala produces reactions, but cortex produces coping mechanisms. So we can talking about different modalities of stress management. In the case of amygdala, it is recommended deep breathing in order to reduce levels of the stress hormone cortisol in the body, or biofeedback training, or mindfulness, or practicing yoga. All these techniques aim to give an opportunity that the frontal cortex intervene and exert that coping mechanisms. Cognitive behavioral therapies. These are well-known therapies in psychotherapy. They are well practiced in psychiatry and psychotherapy. There is a type of treatment that focuses on how your thought, beliefs, and affections affect your feelings and behavioral. It aims that the individual can learn more beneficial ways of thinking and behaving. In a word, those modalities are aimed to introduce the prefrontal cortex in the management of stress. We are seeing here that cognitive behavioral therapies can increase the connectivity between amygdala and the cortex. What are the main principles of those therapeutic modalities? At the level of amygdala, those therapies aim to replace negative thinking with positive thinking, focus on anything that doesn't cause anxiety, and the exposure techniques aimed that amygdala learn through experience. The other side, at the level of cortex, cognitive behavioral therapy aim that the expectation of perfect or near perfect performance to be low, and it aims that coping mechanisms to be revealed. In conclusion, there are many interconnected brain structures responsible responsible for the emotional responses. Like I said, amygdala, hypothalamus, hippocampus, the prefrontal cortex. Amygdala is the central brain structure in stress response. It has a very important role in perceiving threat, but it can become dysfunctional when it is hypertrophied. Prefrontal cortex exerts a negative feedback on HPA axis, modulating the emotional responses. Stress management consists of relaxing techniques addressed to acute stress response, in fact, addressed to amygdala, or addressed to chronic stress at the level of prefrontal cortex, namely the cognitive behavioral therapies. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry for my excitement.
So we unexpectedly finished earlier, so now we will have more time for discussion, and I hope you will ask questions about what was presented here. So, do you have any questions? Okay, I will comment a bit the presentations as a whole, not kind of personally. First of all, from my point of view, the institutional and, let's say, analysis of legislation is very important. But also, I think we should kind of find the gaps in the legislation. I mean that you very well outlined the, first of all, working, the organization of work of people with mental disorders and its kind of gaps in the legislation. But overall, I think we should think about the image those type of legislation kind of have for the persons with people with mental disorders. Then in the, let's say, reform, but in quotes a bit, especially for Bulgaria, as Anton Petrov told us, those, for example, multidisciplinary approach is not working actually properly. And what happened in the end is that we have legislation, we have kind of legislation that is supporting people with mental disorders on a documentary level. We have also a reform a bit on a documentary level. But at the end, we have what we see from Gergana Mircheva presentation, really high level of stigmatization and also responsibilization of the parents, which is important aspects of the care for people with mental disorders in Bulgaria, especially in Bulgaria. So I will be glad if you also comment and ask questions.
I have. So actually, I realized during the day, because we are almost to the end of the day, we are waiting for the last keynote lecture, that we are sharing the same problems in the mental health systems in Romania and Bulgaria. As Dr. Nakov mentioned before, we are starting to have almost the same history of the mental health systems under the, let's say, Soviet Union umbrella. Then, after the 1990s, when we became democratic countries, the problem remained the same. In terms of legislation, we needed to put the legislation in accordance with European Union values. It was a long process. It started when we applied to become members of European Union. It was one of the main points in order to fulfill the criteria to become part of the European Union. But we didn't finish this process. We prepared legislation, we approved legislation, but they are not applied as needed. So it is also an important point, and here it's our duty as mental health professionals to work on that and to develop, let's say, somehow I hate these expressions, good practices models. It will be our duty in order to promote positive mental health and actually to offer good services to our clients and actually to whole population. And I have a big issue with the factors, political factors that are involved in these processes, with professionals associations that are also those which are at national level are providing guidelines for working in these systems and so on. Why? Because we missed another important point, pandemic. It was a turning point in our current history, if I can say it like this. It was a moment when we really could make not a revolution, but an important change in the way in which the healthcare system, not only mental health, the healthcare system, it's working. In educational system, the same. I had my problems with the teachers. They didn't made themselves better during this pandemic period in order to achieve new skills in using technology. We had that online educational process, and especially in high schools and general schools, almost all teachers say we are not prepared for that. They had 6 months of staying at home, doing nothing, full salary, and they didn't prepare themselves in order to provide good materials according to the new conditions. No one was thinking or had a vision for the future. If this online educational process will provide that had some success, if it will be the future of the education, if our children will prefer to follow the University of Berkeley, California lectures instead to follow us, what will do then? It will be more accessible to get and to have information from real experts in the field than to keep listening to your experts, which are not always at the same level of expertise. So, in terms of, as I said, medical practices, medical and mental health services, we lost this important moment when everything could be rebuilt from the beginning. It was kind of moment zero that we lost it again and again. We had after 2000, when we became members of European Union, we have such kind of moment. We lost it. Then we started a reform, like Vlado mentioned, in Bulgaria in 1963. In Romania, it was launched, I think, for a third or fourth time, the reform of mental health system. And we are the same. The human resource, it was in the morning when we had the discussions. The quality of human resource, it's lowering. It is a reality. We need to confront it, not to hide it. The quality of our students, our scholars. There will be national exams again, and the results will be wow in 3 or 4 national colleges in Romania, and for the rest, nothing. I was participating a couple of weeks ago in a national conference in Romania with teachers from the schools and high schools. And one of the problems that was raised, it is that the number of candidates for baccalaureate exam, the final exam for the high school, which will start in next week, it's at half as usual. Children didn't want to register to sustain this exam. So this is a real problem, and it is a real problem in terms of our future. We lost important moments, and hopefully we'll have probably some other opportunities, but we need to learn how to take it. So it is a huge problem that we're running in the circle. We recognize it, but we are stopping when it is needed to be implemented. It's like many of European funding projects. A lot of theory, and when it is about implementing, we are just finding to point the results. We need to disseminate, to have conference, to have something, and that was all. A website which is closed after 1 or 2 months. It is my point.
Okay, thank you, Mihai. Do you have any questions to presenters from this session?
Not really questions. Actually, I would like to see them involved more in practical way. Not only in theoretical research. Okay, well, we need to do research from various reasons, but also we need to do something practical. And then it will be realized that, sorry, critical mass that I was talking in the morning, when we could make the things to move.
Mm-hmm.
However, I congratulate them, I congratulate you for organizing this conference. It is a great achievement, at least for Sofia.
I see that Gergana Mircheva is having a question, so Geri.
Thank you. I have one comment, more general one, and one question. Regarding to what was just said about theory and practice, I also think that the practical level is very important, but I don't feel like admitting that theory and practice should be in confrontation, in conflict. And I think for forums like this one
should not be just, talking and theorizing, but this is a unique for Bulgaria. There are very little opportunities like this, a unique chance for people coming from different institutional and expert knowledge fields to exchange knowledge. And this is not just a cliche. I believe that. This is a more general comment on how to say this interaction between psychiatric knowledge and social sciences, and which are, how to say, the mutually helpful modes of this interaction. And should social sciences remain a critical stance towards psychiatric discourses, or it should be more or less helpful, collaborating? I know that it's a hard question and it can be answered in short, at least in my opinion. But my question is in fact connected to this comment, and it is to the last presentation. I'm sorry if I can't pronounce the name correctly, to Mrs. Duitza. I don't see her now. Maybe she's not taking part in the discussion. But if she's here, I have a question to her. Okay, so my the idea was what are the possible how to say, points of interaction and overlapping points are there between this psychobiological interpretation of stress and the possible sociological, socio-anthropological analysis and interpretations of stress coming from social sciences. Can such a biological perspective be comparable and compatible to social interpretations coming from fields of interdisciplinary knowledge? But unfortunately, I just drop it here as a point of I don't know, something that can be discussed from a more general perspective of the collaboration between psychiatry and medical models of psychiatric health and social sciences and social constructivist methods of interpretation of mental health. Thank you. I'm sorry for this prolonged argumentation of mine.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you for your comment. You mentioned that in interdisciplinary approach. I was working as a sociologist in a clinic of psychiatry for 20 years. I was, I think, the first sociologist involved in clinical psychiatric hospital in Romania. I'm also teaching medical sociology in a medical university in Romania. I think that I'm the only one who has this only specialization. And I tried, I could say desperately, late in 20 years to build those bridges between different disciplines, like medical disciplines on one side, social science on the other sides, and even more. First, we need to teach our colleagues how to work at this level, because it is very important, at least, to quit with our big egos. For many times they said, okay, you're not MD, you're not doctor, better shut up. It was something like this. I said, okay, no problem, I'll continue to speak. So, because I have my point of view. So here it is the first important need that we need to reach it, to have education within our colleagues, to find in each of us the missing part. Okay, I'm not a doctor, I don't know medical doctor and don't know how the brain is working in biological terms, but maybe I know something more than you in terms of social relationships and how the individual, the person is working in this field. So we could join our energy and our knowledge and work together for that. But this is a real effort that needs to be systematically done. Otherwise, we'll have big doctors, big sociologists, big psychologists, but they will work on their very narrow area. They will be specialists in a small field, and all of this it's leading actually to not so good services that we want to offer to our clients. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I completely agree with you. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay.
We have no more questions, but since we'll have, I think, 5 more minutes until the break, I try to introduce the next lecture that will be given us by Professor Howard Gallman from University of Maryland. I realized that the differences between Eastern European mental health systems and American system are not big, are huge. In terms of okay, we need to put over the economical fund system behind the healthcare and so on. But in terms of attitudes, the way in which individual is seen as a unique person that need good quality services, especially because it's paying for that, and the way in which they are searching for solution, real solution to manage to solve their problem. And as I mentioned in the morning, I realized that they want to have social active people. Out of the patients, psychiatric patients, the situation in our countries is totally opposite. We just want to have a calm situation with people in hospital or different institutions that will be not a burden for their family, that actually are feeding the healthcare system, and this is it. We don't do almost nothing to recover them and to do that social reinsertion for them, which it is a main problem. And actually it was somehow mirrored in Western countries, European Western countries too, until, I think, if I'm not so wrong, until the 90s. It was the same attitude, but then they realized also that it is important to regain those people within the society, to take their value, to probably is not the best word, to use them, because they are people like us. They could produce, they could give benefits to all of us instead of just consuming. So this economical somehow point of view led to a very humanitarian outcome, to have normal people with us and to manage to involve them in social, professional activities and life. And this is one of the points that I really appreciated, how they developed programs, and I believe that Howard will present exactly one of those, of supporting work and supporting working place in America, which is the most, let's say, business-oriented country in the world. But they have even this point of view, and it is amazing from my point of view.
From my perspective, there is, I totally agree with that thesis, but from the one side, it's the individual as having autonomy, and the other perspective is individual as kind of object of care, but with kind of limiting the autonomy of the individual. So these two perspectives are totally different, and I think that as post-socialist countries, we actually do reforms from above, but the paternalistic view of the patient is still there. And that's why actually all these modern forms as multidisciplinary teams for support and so on are not working. Just because the view of there is no view of the personality, not people who are with disorders or something like that, not the illness. It's the language of whole personality,
Probably
not only the illness.
Vlado will remember 2 years ago at our conference, Professor Lisa Dixon presented their program on shared decision making, where the patient is involved in therapeutical decision. When the doctor asks the patients about his or her preferences regarding drugs, regarding hospitalizing period and so on, and respect their opinion. Patient, family, doctor. I remember I've seen then the faces of my Romanian colleagues, psychiatrists. How come to involve the patient and to respect his decision about the drugs? I know better than him or her what drug actually it's working or not on his disorder, on his disease. So, as I said, we have to teach them first to accept each of us. It is what I'm doing with our students. I'm teaching the second year in the medical school, and I always told them, we are not one smarter than the other. We are the same, just I have a little bit more information in one domain where you don't know, and I'm guiding you how to learn some notions and concepts and so on. This is the difference between teacher and student. And according to their view, it will be and it seems, according to all the researchers, that it's the most proficient one and efficient attitude now, especially in the mental health area. This shared decision-making, collaborative care within this time psychiatrist, GP, patient, family. They developed this network of specialists we focused on the patient, and because no one knows better than the patient what are his or her needs, what actually it means to be good or not, to feel good or not. They know better than anyone else. Okay, we could do blood test, laboratory, and so on. We have just some numbers, parameters that we are interpreting based on our knowledge, but we don't know the inner feelings of them.
Okay, I think it's time for a break. And we will start at 5 o'clock with Professor Howard Goldman.
Oh. So
now we have an echo because there are two images.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you loud. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect.
Good.
So, presentation will be run by here.
Gave me a bit of a scare. I thought we were going to have a technical problem.
No, I think everything is okay.
Good. The easiest flight to Sofia I ever made.
Yeah, Miha is he's here also.
Yeah, I know. We communicated yesterday when he arrived.
Hello, good morning.
Well, it's morning here, not there.
Yeah. So I'll run the slides. I have the control.
All right. If we can start without the slides, maybe just if you can put up just the first slide, and then I'll talk a bit and take it down, and then I'll ask for the slides again. Is that okay, Mihai?
Yes, yes, it's okay.
Otherwise, it's a rather disembodied experience that just. Actually, Mihai, maybe we'll just start with just me, and we'll bring up the slides after I talk a little bit, okay?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
След 3 минути.
So actually, I think we could start. It's almost 5, and we are very punctual. And even if I'm guest here also, I'll take for a little bit the duty of the host. And as I mentioned at the end of the previous session, the next minutes will be dedicated to an American point of view related to the place of the mental health services within the healthcare services, within the society, and actually the place of the people affected by this kind of disorders, the place that they deserve it in a normal world. And Professor Howard Goldman from University of Maryland is now in Sofia, but in a virtual way. Good morning.
Good afternoon to you. It is my morning. You want me to proceed?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. I thought that before I had slides, I use slides in situations like this so that you'll have two sources of input, that I would tell you a little bit about the background of this talk, and then we'll bring the slides up. First of all, I'd just like to thank Vladimir Nakov for inviting me, and for Mihai Pirlog to serve as a Romanian host in Bulgaria for my presentation. He also will manage the slides for me, so I'm very appreciative of that. I just wanted to tell you a little bit about the context for my presentation, which is about work. It's about the place of work in the lives of people with severe mental illness, and in particular about an intervention that we've been implementing in the United States and really around the world, as you'll see, to promote work for people with severe and persistent mental illnesses. And one of the reasons I chose this is deeply rooted in my own history of professional work with Eastern Europe. And I was reminded that 40 years ago, I was the editor of an issue of the International Journal of Mental Health on introducing community-based services and deinstitutionalization. And one of the papers that we commissioned came from the Bekhterevo Institute in the Soviet Union. And it was very striking to me that while we had about a dozen papers from countries all around the world, that the main focus of the paper from the Soviet Union was on work and vocational rehabilitation. And it made a kind of sense to me that it was linked to a socialist ideology which gave primacy to labor and to work. But as I reflected on the approach that was taken, it was now looking backwards, it was a very old-fashioned approach where work slots were provided to people in sheltered situations, not in the regular workforce. It was very disabling in itself, but there was the spark of awareness that work could be therapeutic. And so we have an expression that says, everything that's old is new again. And vocational services, particularly the kind of services that I want to talk to you about, are very new. But it seems to me that Eastern European countries have a kinship to this particular approach and the emphasis on work. And so I thought that it might be of interest to you to hear about work that we've been doing over the last 25 years with a new approach to vocational rehabilitation and providing support of work for people with severe and persistent mental illness. And so that's really the theme of my talk. It will be a review of what we've learned and what we know. And I don't have a full hour of presentation materials, so there should be time either for questions or for comments from you in the audience, or for you to be able to go home early. if that's your preference. So if Mihai would put up the first slide, now I'll go and give a more traditional slide-based presentation. Go back to the first slide, if you will, Mihai. I want to focus on the headline here. I've already told you one thing about my talk that's here in this slide, and that is it's about supporting work for people with severe and persistent mental illnesses. The second thing I need to tell you is that I didn't prepare these slides myself. I borrowed them from a very close colleague, Gary Bond, who's a rehabilitation psychologist. He's been a leader in this field, particularly in research on the effectiveness of vocational rehabilitation services. And he's trained dozens and dozens of rehabilitation psychologists, and the whole field owes him quite a debt, as I do, for having prepared these slides. I was at a talk about 3 weeks ago, and I saw these slides, and I said, these are perfect slides for the talk that I'm going to give in Bulgaria. And so he allowed me to use them. And the third thing that this slide does is it introduces the key term of individual placement and supported employment. I'll be using the shorthand for that, IPS. And I thought when I prepared the slides, it hadn't really occurred to me that you maybe really needed me to explain to you what this intervention was about and not just review the research and implementation evidence. So let me just take a few minutes to explain what is new about individual placement and support and just exactly how it works. IPS is an approach to supporting work that is fully integrated into a mental health service delivery program. So if you function with community mental health centers or dispensaries or whatever you might call your community-based services where medications are given to patients, where therapy is offered, where group supports might be provided, in IPS, vocational rehabilitation, these services are integrated fully within the mental health service delivery system. So that's an important thing to note starting off. The second thing is that there is typically a specialist worker called an employment specialist who has the relationship with each of the service users who want to get involved in work. It's a service that's provided to people who say they're very interested in work. Some of them may want a career to return to. Some may only want to do a small part of work. So in one way, these services are designed to provide financial support to people so that they don't have to be on pensions for disability. But for some, it's a way of working and being integrated socially into the larger community, even though it may not be self-supporting work. But the thing that's most important here is that these are the kinds of jobs that people want to have. Their preferences take primacy. So the employment specialist will have been working in the community, talking to employers, seeing what opportunities there are for work placements for people from the community mental health center. And so this is called job development. And the employment specialist works in the community broadly to find jobs. But then when they have a specific service user, they will have a relationship with them, find out what they want to do, and then look into where they might find a job for that person. And they say to the service user with a mental illness and to the employer that if you have difficulty for any reason, I'm here to support you in your work so that you can stay at work. And that's very inviting both to the service user and to the employer. Then when a person is actually placed, there may be continued visits from the employment specialist to the service user. And these kinds of services we refer to as follow-along services. and they provide ongoing supports to the person in their participation in the labor force and in work. So I wanted to make sure that you had some understanding of the basic approach. And so when I refer to IPS, it refers to this situation different from traditional vocational rehabilitation, where a person is trained, spends a lot of time being prepared for work, and then is placed. We say in IPS, we place the person and then we support them in this job. So they almost immediately get placed in an opportunity for work. So now I'm going to go and rely on the slides, and if we could see the first slide again. And now, okay, that's fine. The second slide is just my disclosure that I have no commercial interest, and that I wanted to thank Gary Bond for having provided these slides. So in this slide, we see a review of a series of studies that show that people with severe mental illness, and these are studies mostly from the United States, but also in Western Europe and in Australia and Canada, we know that something like 60% of people, when asked, would like to work, but fewer than 1 in 5 are actually employed. People with mental illness have very low rates of labor force participation, in spite of having an interest in finding work, which suggests that more intervention is needed, both to encourage employers to accept people with disabilities as workers, and to encourage service users in our programs to know that they can find work, even if it's part-time work. Could I have the next slide, please? This slide shows us how damaging an episode of mental illness can be for an individual who might actually be in the workforce and then has an acute episode of illness, whether it's an individual with schizophrenia, a non-affective psychosis, or bipolar disorder, and what happens to their employment following a hospitalization. This comes from a registry in Finland, but I think it's a common experience to know that people who are working, when they have an acute episode that requires hospitalization, they're often cut off from the labor force, and they may not have the opportunity to return. And IPS is designed as a way of providing supports to people who might want to return to work after an acute episode, such as a hospitalization. The next slide just summarizes some findings from a study about comparing people with disabilities due to mental disorder with people without disabilities. And conclusion from a review of this study by Ali from 2011 is that people are far less likely to work if they have a mental disability. If they're not working, however, they are more likely to want a job than people without disabilities who are out of the labor force. So it shows that there is a real interest in social participation and work for people with mental illness. But they're very anxious about going back to work. They've often been told by their psychiatrist that work would be too stressful for them. They may feel just a general level of anxiety that precludes their returning to past work, or the past job may no longer be available. So the reason that these supportive services are so important is that they underscore and provide a bolster of hope for people that they can get a job. So let's look at the next slide. This provides just an overview. It kind of tells you where the rest of this talk will go. The first thing we want to do is see how the evidence base has been expanding. There's a tradition of research in this field that goes back 25, almost 30 years. And the second thing we want to do is look at some new research that focuses on the effectiveness of IPS in subgroups of people with mental illness. The original studies were done with people with severe and persistent mental illness, typically schizophrenia and schizophreniform disorders, schizoaffective disorders, chronic affective disorders like bipolar disorder. But increasingly, as you'll see, there are studies with different groups of people with mental illness. And then the third focus of this review is that IPS has been expanded to look at people who have other than mental illnesses entirely, so that they're people with other problems than mental illness or that are comorbid with mental illness. And then the fourth, I'll say a few words about developing strategies to disseminate, to implement, to sustain, and to expand IPS services. Because the developers of IPS, Bob Drake, who you may have heard of, the psychiatrist who has been at Dartmouth for many years, his partner, Debbie Becker, the two of them wrote a book called A Working Life, and they, together with Gary Bond, have not only been important researchers in this field, but they've also been advocates for the expansion of these services. So those are the four things that I'll touch on in the remainder of my talk. The first trend, expanding the evidence base. There are a number of studies now showing the effectiveness of IPS, and that it continues to grow over time, that the long-term outcomes are more positive than were previously known. There was concern that, oh, well, people will go to work, but they won't stay at work. But while we know that there's a lot of turnover in the labor force for all people, whether disabled or not, it looks like people, after some job turnover in IPS, eventually latch onto a job, many of them do, and continue to have what Becker and Drake call a working life. And the cost studies are exploring whether it's cost effective. It's not a terribly expensive intervention. It relies on the employment specialist, and many of them are not highly trained disciplinary mental health professionals. Many of them have a university degree. Some of them don't have even a university degree, but they get on-the-job training, and they can be very effective. So it's not a tremendously professionalized or expensive intervention. So the next slide shows a review of some of the studies. There are 28 randomized controlled trials of IPS for people with severe and persistent, or what's sometimes referred to as serious mental illness. 12 of these studies are from the United States and are randomized clinical trials, and 16 of them are in 12 other countries. Several studies have been done in Australia, for example, and in the UK. If one were to do a meta-analysis and include all of the participants, we would have research data on almost 6,500 participants in IPS. Most of the studies recruited participants from community mental health agencies. I think it is important, when I started out my talk here, I emphasized the fact that these are services that are not separated out in some vocational service outside of mental health. They are an integrated part of a mental health service, like a community mental health center or a dispensary. And in most of the studies, a control group received just services as usual. Sometimes it was a best practice that was otherwise in use in this, in this program. But these randomized trials are comparisons against usual services, a real control group. Next slide shows the results of these studies. The black bar are the rates of employment. Now, I should say that you might find these results kind of surprising, that surprisingly high to have nearly 80% of people in the program employed. I do want to underscore that this might involve a very small amount of employment in competitive work, but this is the amount of work that the individual service user wanted to do. But what is really striking is that in almost every case, the results from IPS in the black bar are substantially greater than the red bar control. And these are statistically significant differences in all instances, even in the one where there's a comparatively small study 18 that was conducted in the United States. So if we could have the next slide. This shows the competitive employment rates outside of the United States, those 16 studies. You can see that there's the same predominance of effectiveness for IPS when compared to control in these randomized trials that have been offered all over the world. Again, sometimes the rates are very high and may reflect a mix of people who have returned to work and to a working life, and some who have just engaged in small amounts of competitive employment because that's the level of employment that they desire. And it's been interesting. A lot of the research that Bond and Becker and Drake and I have been engaged in with our Social Security Administration. They are the agency that provides disability pensions for people. They have come to appreciate, they being the leadership of the Social Security Administration, that these schemes involving IPS may not help people to get off of disability pensions, but it does allow them to work within the rules of retaining their disability pensions and working to have social integration and some degree of social participation. This has been an important thing for this agency to appreciate, because what motivated their interest in these studies initially was hopefulness that it would reduce the outlays in disability pensions. But in spite of not realizing that goal, the agency still has supported extensive work and is very proud of the fact that people who are on pension work within the rules that allow some pension holders to do some competitive work. Can I see the next slide, please? Oh, you were already seeing the next. No, go back to the other one. Sorry, you got ahead of me behind. This slide just reviews the fact that IPS has been successfully implemented across the United States and around the world. And program leaders have overcome many of the geographic challenges, the variability in health and social welfare programs from one country to the other. But I should say that if we can do some of these things in the United States, we are hardly the most progressive country when it comes to income supports and social welfare. We had substantial difficulty during the coronavirus pandemic in making sure that people who were in some kinds of work, who were intermittent workers or self-employed individuals, would have social supports. And IPS is effective in both urban and in rural communities, but it is challenging. I don't want to minimize in rural communities doing job development and finding jobs for people who may not have access to an automobile to get to work is very challenging. All right, now, Mihai, I can have the next slide, please. So the second trend was, what about subgroups of people with mental illness? Not people with schizophrenia or bipolar disorder, but there have been a series of studies, and this slide reviews them, for people with justice involvement, for people who are disability beneficiaries. That's the group that I was talking about just a few minutes ago. People with co-occurring mental illness and substance abuse. This is, many of you, I'm sure, experience that a high proportion of your service users population have co-occurring substance abuse studies. Some of the initial supported employment research excluded such individuals from the clinical trials, but they've been now focused on as a target population, and the results are quite promising, as they are for people who are homeless and have a mental illness, and for young adults. We're particularly interested in young adults and early intervention in psychosis. And I'll put in a plug for our upcoming conference in October in Croatia, in Zagreb, of the Mental Health Association of Southeastern Europe. Early intervention in psychosis is a main feature of that upcoming October conference, and I'll encourage you all to attend. We'll have some of the leaders in research in this area at our meeting. But young adults are a subpopulation that have received quite a lot of attention, both in the United States and around the world, particularly in Australia, which was an early innovator in early psychosis interventions. And in all of these groups, we are finding IPS is effective. Next slide. This is a review of what I was talking about with young adults. For young adults, supported employment is expanded to include what's referred to as supported education. Because some of the young people who have a first episode of psychosis are still in school. Many of them would like to return to school. Some of them would like to explore, after having been separated from school for several years because of their illness. Some want to restart in a new educational system. And I should say the findings are not as strong yet. We're developing new experience with supporting education. Those results, as this slide shows, are weaker findings. Many different target groups are being involved in the young adult population. And the principles apply well, but some adjustments have been needed, as I said, to support education, as well as to use our, decades-long experience in supporting work. Let's see the next slide. If I could, I can't get it to change for me. There is research that's currently underway for other groups, people who have opioid addiction, who are on the autism spectrum, people with intellectual disabilities. These are not at the core of our community mental health programs, although increasingly these groups are being reintegrated into what we call behavioral health services rather than mental health services. So the opioid epidemic is certainly getting a lot more attention, and IPS is being tried as a return to work intervention with them. As I said, people on the autism spectrum, people with intellectual disabilities, common mental disorders. By that we mean mixed states of anxiety and depression that are not usually disabling, but can be very distressing and do interfere at times with people's ability to work. They may lose a job and need to find a new job. And we're exploring the use of IPS supported employment with this population. That's true also with the high number of people, especially in the United States, with mental illness who find themselves involved with the criminal justice system. IPS has been used for people with more serious involvement with criminal justice, including people who have been charged with or convicted of felonies. And then there are people in primary care who have general medical conditions that primary care doctors have sometimes seen the benefits of supported employment. And it's been interesting for me to see that people outside of behavioral health are also interested in helping their patients return to work. And welfare beneficiaries, that's what this TANF is, our general public welfare program for people who are not disabled, but who are poor, particularly those that have dependent children. So that's the third of the four trends. The next slide shows some of the results. Again, I'm not going to dwell on them. And besides, to be honest with you, not an expert in each of these studies. I couldn't really tell you, but the evidence here shows continued superiority for IPS over controls. I believe that most of these findings are statistically significant, but some of them show what are really comparatively small absolute differences in workforce participation. If you look at the far left side, people with common mental disorders, a very high proportion of those return to work on their own. And so while there's a superiority of IPS, it's not as dramatic as it is, say, if you look at the right-hand side, the bars for opioid use disorder or people with, say, substance use disorder. That's what the SUD stands for. Anyway, Gary Bond, who I mentioned before, who provided these slides, has updated these in a paper in 2019. Okay, trend 4. This reviews our wish to scale up IPS. We have most states in the United States have some form of IPS in place, but it's still a minority of mental health programs within each of those states that offer IPS. So we're trying to close the gap between the 60% who express a desire to work and the fact that only 2% of all of the service users in the public mental health system in the United States who have any access to IPS. So it's still an innovation. It's still at the stage of early adopters and early majority adopters. And even in the state where I'm on the faculty, the state of Maryland, which was a very early proponent of IPS, and in spite of the fact that I oversee a training program for the whole state of Maryland in IPS supported employment, only 5% of people who are on public insurance, the Medicaid program, receive any kind of IPS type services. So we still have quite a ways to go. It's not too late for Bulgaria to become an adopter of IPS services. For all I know, maybe there are some outposts of IPS that we're not familiar with because no studies have been done, but we certainly encourage places to work and try to expand this very valuable service. This map of the United States shows in the dark colored states with dates on them, show states that are actively participating in a learning community that meets once a year in person. Although there was a 2-year hiatus because of COVID, we did meet again for the first time a month ago. It's a chance for people who are advocates for IPS to meet together and to learn from each other. And Debbie Becker and Bob Drake and Gary Bond have promoted this over the years. Canada, Western Europe are members of this learning community as well. And one final slide says that IPS is spread to 19 other countries. There's 687 IPS programs outside the United States. Let's see, I think I have a couple more slides. Yes, great. So a review of the current status. IPS improves competitive employment for people with serious mental illness. There really is no doubt about that. It is a genuine evidence-based practice. Increasingly, we're seeing that you can expand the target population for IPS outside the original target of people with psychotic illnesses and chronic disability to those with other serious mental illnesses and other age groups. The learning community has been able to spread the basic principles of placing people and supporting them rather than delaying their return or entry into the labor force. And that by far, IPS is the most extensively and carefully researched of all the vocational models. So that concludes my slides and the formal part of my presentation. I'm happy to entertain any questions that come from the audience. I guess I will have to rely on Mihai and Vladimir to manage the questions, but I'll do my best.
Okay, thank you, Howard. I cannot say that it's an excellent lecture because it's usual for you. You're very familiarized with, I can say that already, with the Eastern European reality. Do you think that this kind of new service like IPS could be implemented in a successful way here?
I think so. It's not that technical a service. As I said, you know, we rely on people with sometimes with very little familiarity with the health and mental health service system and train them. Now, the first people that would start the work would have to be more experienced with working with people with mental illness. But you could take somebody, you could even use a peer, someone who was doing very well but had lived experience with mental illness. And we could probably hook up a person from a mental health center or dispensary in Bulgaria or Romania with someone closer by in Italy, for example, or in Spain, where there's some activity, and train people to do this. It's not that expensive an intervention, but it takes dedication and commitment. You know, in what I've experienced in the years I've been observing services in Eastern Europe is that the service providers themselves are the gatekeepers to other services. And maybe the hardest task is to convincing psychiatrists and psychologists and social workers that our patients are able to actually go back to the workforce if properly supported.
But you mentioned people that need to be trained. Maybe you are remembering our discussion with Romanian psychiatrists in the National Congress in Sinaia. It was in, if I remember well, in 2014. We were all there. When we were talking about collaborative care program, and probably you remember the reaction of Romanian psychiatrists. So it is something that somehow it's against the establishment.
Yeah, I think we've got to separate things out here a little bit. I agree, Mihai. I remember that very negative reaction. But I think it's important to distinguish that collaborative care requires a collaboration and coordination between the primary care service delivery system and what's often a very separate behavioral health care system. So that's challenging to a lot of power centers in service delivery that are not well integrated. Whereas supported employment, it's a challenge if you rely on the vocational rehabilitation services in your country or in a subdivision in a region to support this. But the mental health system alone can do this without as much of a challenge to power issues in service delivery, at least as I've experienced it. It does require that the other professionals think it's valuable for their patients to go to work and to see that there's a benefit to their mental health as well as to their social welfare of labor force participation. And even in the United States, where we have more experience with this, there still are challenges to implementation. Doing anything new is difficult. I will grant that to you. And I do remember very well our meeting in Sanaya, where there was a lot of resistance to collaborative care.
From my point of view, thank you very much for your presentation. I want to emphasize something that we discussed earlier, is that your approach is centered around the idea of autonomy, which is something really different from the ideas that I think we have here.
Did you say autonomy? I'm sorry. I wanted to make sure I heard you.
It's something very different from the ideas that we have here in Eastern Europe, which are more linked to paternalism, not autonomy.
Yes. Okay, I did hear you correctly. You said autonomous.
I think this is one of the reasons why I really appreciate your work, but have doubts if that's possible for Bulgaria, especially for Bulgaria. And the second thing that is important is the status of all other professionals that are linked to those kind of interventions. For example, the profession of social worker, which maybe in USA is kind of, let's say, a good profession or something like that. But actually in Bulgaria, it's neglected one. And I think that if we are going to kind of try to intervene in this area, which is something that I will appreciate and will be very glad if that happens, is to start with kind of those networking and also professions that are linked to interventions for better integration of people with mental disorders and also their participation into wider society.
Do you think it would work to actually involve social workers as employment specialists, or would they see that that's too far outside of their professional responsibility and training? I could see it possibly going either way. What is your opinion about that?
I think the whole profession is neglected institutionally, and that's why all the interventions that are kind of planned from above and so on are not working actually here. Maybe Vlad wants more.
Yeah, this is it's an interesting question. I mean, whether you want to bring in a new worker
type or whether it's more likely to be successful if you build on existing professional groups and slightly expand their responsibility or the focus of their work. Social work is not a highly valued occupation in the United States. The pay for social workers is far below that of a doctoral level psychologist or certainly of a psychiatrist. But they are still professionalized workers in our system, and we rely on people with lower levels of training and lower levels of prestige and salary than the social workers. And those are the people who are in the position of our employment specialists.
You mentioned before two words, dedication and commitment.
Yes.
What we are really missing, not only in the social works field, even in mental health services. It became, I don't know, like a regular routine to go to job, do whatever it's written on the schedule of the day, and this is it. And I realized lately, especially I think the last 10 years, that there are less and less more professionals who are dedicated and committed to their profession. And this will be an issue in order to deal with that, to, I don't know, train them again to do their job, not with huge joy and happiness, but with that level of dedication and commitment. And especially the social workers, since we are in their home here in University of Sofia, social work, it's still a Cinderella in our countries at least. Mm-hmm. I know what social workers are doing in our institution, almost nothing related with their, let's say, regular or normal duties. So first, in my opinion, it needs to start to rebuild or to, I don't know exactly if I will express correct, to demolish an establishment and build on new basis. Otherwise, I think that we'll still have that resistance from some other professionals like psychiatrists, from some other, let's say, social categories. It's very hard, at least for Romania, to convince one person that it's better for him or her to work instead to stay, do nothing, and receive social welfare. And I'm not talking only about people with disabilities. We have this new social class, social assisted persons. So here, I'm afraid that it will be very hard, very difficult to implement such a kind of program like IPS.
We have the opportunity to try it somewhere. Some inspired leader who wants to do something like this. And that's how it happened. There are entrenched interests in every country. And it takes someone who wants to put in that just one additional bit of effort to get a service that they have responsibility for, to do something just a little bit different and see if we can make change. I mean, I think, and we've talked about this, is I would like to see the Mental Health Association of Southeastern Europe become kind of a learning community that would support innovators in each of the participating countries to try something like this with the support of your peers and those of us who have been able to do this against the combined interests in our own countries. I know that it can be very demoralizing. And, I have visited with you, Mihai, some of the services, and I understand I had the same feeling of despondency, hopelessness to see change. But it has to start somewhere. If we really are committed to promoting more autonomy, more social integration, work is an important place to start. And I did think it was a kind of way that what was old was new again when I reflected on that work therapy in what then was called Leningrad, and how they brought their socialist ideology into mental health practice. It was used more often for evil rather than good, but this is one vestige of that approach that now can be viewed as progressive if we build on it in the way that promotes the autonomy of service users. But it's going to take an innovator. We're going to, but I know that my colleagues, as old as we're getting, are willing to be supportive for those of you who want to take a risk and try something new. Please. At the end of the day, you're all too depressed.
Yeah, no, your idea is good, and I'm still thinking maybe during our common conference in autumn we'll manage to do something in this.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to see just giving up completely on an idea it was not easy to implement. I grew up, I trained in a state mental hospital for 4 years. That experience taught me to think that people with severe mental illness could not possibly
live on their own. They couldn't possibly work in the workforce. They had no agency. It was unfair to expect them to meet the challenges that many of us face without the burden of severe mental illness. But when I left that training, I discovered new ways to think about it, and I engaged in research and taught me that my ideas that were originated in that public mental hospital were wrong, and that they can participate in social integration. It has its limits. It's not unlimited, but it's certainly more than many of us think, and it takes really shaking up the service system to make it happen. And I'm hardly unaware of the challenges. We continue to face them. Hey, what was that slide that said, in my own state of Maryland, where we do this, where we're considered innovators, only 5% of people with severe mental illness get those IPS type services. That's 1 in 20. We got a lot of room to grow, but there still are people who are working now and participating who didn't before. So we say you've got to start somewhere. And that's why we still work together, right?
And hopefully we'll still work together.
Yeah, hopefully we'll still work together.
Yeah. So now the host, the real one.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Goldman, for your participation in the conference.
Oh, it's my pleasure. One day we'll be there all together in
person, and hopefully I'll be in Zagreb in person, and some of you will be there, and we'll meet. Keep
things going. Well, you have a very pleasant
evening, and thanks again for the invitation. And as I say, this is the easiest travel to Eastern Europe I've ever made. So
thank you very much.
Take
care. Goodbye all.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Mhm.